Welcome, 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 everyone. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight, Friday night, new time, 7 p.m. Starting a little bit later tonight. We're going to see how that works out for us. Okay. And we've got an awesome, awesome show. I can tell you that much. And it is a nut show. As the thumbnail says out there, we have a nut show going on out there in many different ways. And we're going to talk about those ways. But some of the things you can expect tonight, okay, we are going to talk about, first and foremost, we're going to discuss a little bit about Elon Musk, what's going on with the billionaire crazy man, okay, and everything he's got happening. We're going to talk about that, a little bit of Elon Musk, and then we're going to go deep dive into some of the latest, greatest news that we have. We're going to discuss Russia, Ukraine. We're going to talk about how really the story right now is Ukraine is really putting some setbacks on Russia and how Russia just might not survive 2026 from a lot of people, what they're saying. So we're going to find out, but we're going to figure out what that's all about. And then next we're going to go into Venezuela and we're going to talk about what is the larger strategy? What are we trying to do? We talked about this on Saturday night a bit, but we're going to deep dive into that even more and talk about what is the strategy? Why are we doing it? What's the timing? Why now? Okay. And all the aspects of that. And each one of these things is interconnected as well, too, all the way from Elon Musk to Russia, Ukraine, Putin, okay, to Venezuela, U.S. current strategy, Trump's strategy on that. And then we are going to take a dark turn, a turn south, and discuss the Epstein files. Okay, as you guys know, there was a midnight deadline tonight for the release of the Epstein files. Okay, they already have met the deadline with about a release of about 100,000 files. And so people right now are sifting through that. I was doing that earlier today. Once they released, getting caught up. But there is a lot out there without any context. It's just all being released. I think the D.O.G.E is going to release another few 100,000 by midnight. Okay. And so people with web crawlers, with, AI agents, things like that, news sources are digging through these things to find out what's what. New pictures are being released. And we've got some of that as well, too. We're going to discuss that. We're going to deep dive into a few of those stories and look at, what is going on with the Epstein files. Why does it matter? Okay. And then we're going to take a turn up to the skies. We're going to discuss UFOs and UAPs and what's going on there. There are even more things being released than I talked about last week on Friday. So we're returning back to that because it's really reaching a point where, as I said last week, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, actually has come out and acknowledged that he'd be willing to talk about this, okay? And it turns out there is a new documentary coming out, and we're going to talk about it. I'm not going to spoil it. A new documentary coming out with a who's who of celebrity directors and producers and also officials, government officials that are in the know on this, that are going to be talking about this. I guess they've been authorized to talk about it. There's a possibility they're trying to actually lessen the impact on the public for the release of what's going on, for the disclosure, by making a Hollywood movie. Okay, it's a Hollywood style movie. It's really a documentary, and that's coming out. We're going to talk about that as well, too, and just what all this means. And then, of course, we're going to hit our leadership lessons of South Park. Hopefully no damage is done by seeing some of these clips that we're going to pull up there. And then, as always, we're going to end it out on a high note, send you away laughing, having a good time, get ready for the holidays, get ready for Christmas. And all right, so great for you guys to be here. Thank you so much. Let people trickle in a little bit, but we are going to get right into our first story and our first segment with Elon Musk, okay? And just everything he has going on right now and why he's important. So, turns out Elon Musk is going to he's well on his way, even more than ever, on his way to becoming the first trillionaire ever, okay? He's had a new valuation for SpaceX. We're going to talk about that story. He's also won a lawsuit in Delaware that has released another, I want to say another $180 billion to him in back pay from SpaceX. So he is piling up, amassing his fortune. He's taking to Twitter, former Twitter, X, and offering his opinion on everything from politics to investment to life, to you name it, leadership, all the time. All right. So, do I think he has a potential to have some serious influence in the future beyond his last government gig? Yeah, I do. I really think so. Whether he would be elected or he would just continue to be a mega billionaire, trillionaire influencer remains to be seen. But his reach has expanded, has extended all the way into Ukraine with his Starlink, providing internet for Ukraine that had gone dark almost during the war. It's extended all the way to Germany. If you see the far right party, the AfD, the Alternative for Germany party, he's been supporting them, okay, and some of their more far right views. And so he's also done that in London and the UK as well. So he's becoming almost an international, I shouldn't say almost, he is an international level political influencer at this point. And so that's why we're discussing him again. Yes, I've covered Elon in the past a few times, okay, and talked about his first principle thinking. We're going to talk about that again because I think it's very, very important to understand the way the man thinks, okay? And before we go any deeper, give some shout outs out there. See some people here. What's going on, Tim? Good to have you, man. Yeah, Tim, he needs you as a parent coach for sure. What's up, Nick? Good to have you. Good to have you here as always, brother. Let me see. The Delaware one's for 55 billion. Okay, I thought it was 180. That's all mixing together in my head right now. Becky, what's happening? Good to have you. Don't trickle on you. Come in like a wrecking ball. Jasmine, awesome to have you as always. I know you have to leave at 8. I appreciate you being here. Fantastic. Great to have you. And Cedric, what's up, brother? Good to have you, man. I'm glad you could make it to this. Phoenix, how are you doing? Good to have you. Thanks for joining us. What's going on, Lisa? Good to have you here. Fantastic. Yeah, hopefully you're done with the gym date for tonight. Mark, what's going on? As always, I appreciate you being here, brother. All right, and let's get this thing rolling, okay? Let's watch this first video from Elon Musk, and we are going to get it going, all right? And again, he's making real waves, It's as he always does, but more and more and more, when you can throw around the weight of almost $1 trillion, right? Billions of dollars, that's nothing to you. You can really change policy. You can change energy systems. You can change structures, all these things. So we're going to watch some things from him because I think it's important. Let's listen to Patrick Bet-David, first of all, and get his take on what he thinks Elon's current state is and what's going on.
All this stuff going on. Tesla's had a closing at 2025 high after Musk confirms driverless robo-taxi test underway in Austin. Rob, do you have a video of that, of the robo-taxi test? I think it's good for us to see this here. Tom, so what is the story with this robo-taxi causing Tesla? Is this it? Yeah. Oh, let's take a look at this.
Sure.
Amazing. Is that real, Rob, or is that a AI?
No, this is real.
That's actually happening.
Yep.
Okay. So robo-taxi in Austin causing Tesla stock to go up. Is it just that? Is it the additional robots they're talking about? What else is it that's causing Tesla to have record-breaking numbers in 2025 with their stock prices?
I think the stock price is going up because two major manufacturers just announced that they were going to be competing less with Tesla, number one. And number two, Tesla is, it's funny, this announcement comes after Waymo runs into a poor guy in Arizona, after one of them ran into a construction site and got stuck in wet cement. That's a true story in San Francisco. The driverless taxi runs through cones and gets stuck in wet cement in a construction zone.
That's a true story?
That's a true story. You can, Rob will find it. It's actually very, very, I think it was.
Okay. So what he's talking about here is the fact that Tesla, okay, right now, Tesla has a plan. We covered this a few months ago. If you guys remember, ARK Investments CEO Cathie Wood, okay, she's a major Bitcoin evangelist along with Michael Saylor. And, you know, when I cover my Bitcoin and economic segments tonight, we're not going to do any of that tonight, okay? Maybe tomorrow night if I go live on Saturday night, still up in the air. But we'll definitely return back to it. So if you remember, Cathie Wood gave an analysis of Elon Musk's companies, okay, and especially of Tesla. So why is Tesla so important right now to the economy and to the overall AI economy, robotics economy? Because right now, Tesla is, okay, Elon Musk's company, Tesla, is actually an AI and robotics company. What are the cars designed to do? Well, everything he's designing from SpaceX to Tesla to Grok to all these things are supporting his vision, okay, of getting to Mars, going to Mars and being able to live on Mars, to operate on Mars, okay? If you didn't know that, this is what's happening. So he has a broader strategic vision. I see you, Jayburn. Bitcoin's evil. Okay. Okay. I'll say a lot of MKs tonight. But you have to understand that Tesla is actually a robotics and AI company, and his whole ecosystem of companies is all being put together for his larger vision of going to Mars. Okay. And so why does that matter for you? Where the rubber meets the road for your life. Like I said, the purpose of this podcast, purpose of my channel, everything is to upgrade your life. Even when we talk about things like the Epstein files, even when we talk about UFOs, even when we talk about, the chaos, as I call it, because you have to understand the operating environment of your world. What's out there? What are the threats? What are the opportunities? What is the environment we operate in? And then from there, we form a strategy to, achieve our goals, achieve our visions, our dreams. And we, have to make a really awesome, best life that we can, because this is our time, right? So the underlying, make no mistake, the underlying, structure of all this and reason for all this is to improve your life, okay? And for us to live better lives, to have better quality of life, all those things like that. So why does this matter to you? If you plan on investing, Tesla, NVIDIA, companies like this, Google, why Google? Okay, we'll hear from Elon Musk himself later in a little while that Google actually is a company that's going to be very strong because they're massive investments with Gemini, their AI system. Okay, and YouTube is the mother of YouTube is Google, right? They own YouTube. So, and Gemini is infused throughout YouTube as well too. So some of these things are very important to consider when we're talking about, what is Tesla? Well, it's a robotics company. And there's something else Kathy Wood from ARK Investments talked about too. She talked about the fact that actually Tesla, what they're going to be doing soon, and we're seeing the introduction of it in Texas, okay, in Austin, Tesla owners will be able to click a button on their app and it'll turn into an Uber, a driverless Uber. So if you own a Tesla, very soon, within the next year or two, they're testing it out now as these driverless taxis. The next step is for a Tesla owner to hit the button on the app, okay? It turns into a freaking Uber, a driverless Uber. And the Tesla owner gets to make money. Obviously, the Tesla app is going to take some too, probably to the tune of 30%, I'm guessing, right? But that Tesla owner now has an asset that is income producing. Think about this, okay? So why is the stock going through the roof? Remember how real estate, everyone says real estate's a great investment because, if you own a rental property, it is an asset because it puts money in your pocket. Liabilities take money out of your pocket. Assets put money in your pocket. So if you own several Teslas, you have a little fleet of cars like a taxi company. Okay? So that's one of the reasons why Tesla stock is jumping up, because the robotics are working, the AI is working, the driver vision, right? The Tesla vision's working for the cars. They're able to get around, drive around, driverless taxis, all that stuff. All right, let's keep on going here. But these are all very important things to consider when we look at Elon Musk and the moves he's making, the positioning he's making, okay? How he's positioning himself, possibly even for a run to the presidency at some point. Or does he see something even bigger beyond the borders, right? Like the first global super influencer, right? Where he can actually steer outcomes. It's almost like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers. Like he's like could become either a global super influencer, a global superhero, or a global supervillain. Okay, depending on how you see him and how you look at it, right? And so I think that's going to be really important to take a look at and to understand where he is and what his plans are. So let's go ahead and look at this next little segment from him right now. And we're going to look at his first principles thinking as well, too. Got another little video here I want to share with you guys. And as always, any questions you guys have, put them in the chat, and I will hit it. I'll get to your questions, all right? Let's see here. Okay, this is about about Musk's wealth built on SpaceX and how SpaceX has had a major new valuation that is catapulted his wealth.
1, engines full power, and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Emerald 77.
As this SpaceX rocket tears free from Earth's gravity, Elon Musk's fortune is doing the same. A fresh sky-high valuation for SpaceX, set at about $800 billion in a new insider share sale, making it the world's most valuable private company, has ignited the biggest single-day wealth surge on record, blasting Musk's net worth up by roughly $167 billion to nearly $638 billion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. In one launch leap, the star-based math has turned Musk into a man worth well over $600 billion, blowing past every record in the history of money, to the financial equivalent of reaching orbit while everyone else is still stuck on the launch pad. That one re-rating alone has added well over $150 billion to his fortune, catapulting his net worth past the $600 billion mark and towards $638 billion on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. But the rocket fuel is not only rockets. Musk still owns a roughly low teens percentage of Tesla, whose shares have bounced this year and added tens of billions of dollars to his wealth on paper. Layer on his stakes.
All right. So we see what his wealth machine is, where he's at, right? And you're seeing just, how much he's actually worth right now and why and how is he doing this? Where is it coming from? Okay. Because you see some people that just do not understand this. And I don't really understand it all, right? That's why I'm doing some of this, but I think it's worth understanding how is he creating all this wealth? Well, he's also at this point, right? This inflection point where AI, robotics, space travel, all these things are coming together. He's right there. The same thing with Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA CEO is, I think, worth about $60 billion. But again, they are catching this huge wave of technology, of scaling beyond belief. That's making a huge, huge difference, okay? And so, yeah, Jasmine, he is definitely an intelligent businessman, intelligent billionaire businessman for sure. And so he's definitely worth taking a look at. And so a few things, like I talked about before, we're going to discuss his first principles thinking because I think it's really important. And again, it's something that we can use and we can understand also, how does he think? What is the way he thinks? How can we use it in our own lives? All right. And so the first principles thinking, we've discussed this before, but again, his first step in this is to identify current assumptions. Okay. So look at the common truths people believe about a problem, right? Like, for example, battery packs are expensive and they always will be. Rockets are expensive and they always will be. This is an assumption, okay? So then you break down the problem. This is something you can use yourself. Look at the assumption, right? That, buying a house is hard, right? It always will be. And then you have to break down the problem. So deconstruct the problem into its most basic physical elements. The trunk of the tree before you look at the leaves. Look at what, where the roots go, all those things like that. The absolute truths, the musts, okay? And then you want to rebuild the whole thing back together from scratch. Use the fundamental truths to create a new solution without being biased by existing design or methods, okay? So for example, what he did with SpaceX, he said, the people say rockets are too expensive for a private company to build. They cost $65 million, okay? And in his first principles view, he said rocket is just aluminum, titanium, copper, and carbon fiber. The raw material cost is only 2% of the actual price. Okay. So he broke this all down and saw, so really the problem is the assembly. It's the assembly of these things that's killing us. It's not the actual, construction material. we can get the construction materials. So you have to look at that your own life too. Like when you're trying to work on something, break it down to its bare minimum components, separate them out and see, okay, is it that this is so difficult? Is the assumption right? Or can I break this down to its bare minimum, components and then rebuild it in a better way? That's what he does. Okay, so his first principles thinking is a physics-based problem-solving framework that involves breaking the situation down to its most basic, fundamental truths and then rebuilding a solution from the ground up. Okay, and is this? Can you guys understand that? Are you tracking this? Do you understand his first principles thinking? And I'm actually going to do a poll because I can now, because I'm fancy, thanks to all of you guys teaching me how to do the poll. And we're going to do a freaking poll right now. Okay. Do you like Elon Musk's first principle thinking? Okay. Tell me what you think about that. Because maybe I'm not saying it right. I want to make sure that, I'm getting the right story across to you guys, the right information. And if you don't like it, to tell me, okay? But it's useful. It's very useful stuff, all right? And as Arnold said in his book, Be Useful. So he also contrasts this to reasoning by analogy. A lot of people do this, okay? It's a common practice of doing something because something was done in the past, okay? We call this reasoning by analogy. Well, because they did this, therefore I can do this, all right? Or it's comparing to how others are doing it, which is fine most of the time. But sometimes it can lead you down a bad path to where you think it can't be done, or it's too hard, or they couldn't do it, therefore I can't do it. So first principles thinking allows you to really look at something for what it is. Again, identify the current assumptions, break down the problem to its core components, its actual truths, okay? And then rebuild it from scratch again to see, is this actually something that I can do, okay? And then he uses something called the limit test. The limit test is a mental tool called thinking in the limit. He asks, if we scaled this to 1 million units, would it still be expensive? Okay. If the answer is yes, then the problem isn't a lack of scale, economies of scale. Okay. The problem is fundamental design or materials being used. Okay. This causes you though to question constantly. It's kind of a tiring thought process because it causes you to constantly question what you're doing, the results you're getting. Okay. But also causes constant never-ending improvement. There's an old saying called "Can I?" Constant and never-ending improvement. If you do this, you're going to always stay on top, okay? But you do have to examine, you have to reflect, right? You have to make contact, you have to ship out your product, your service. You've got to, get feedback, try, fail, learn, grow, give, do it again, okay? Analyze what you're doing. Is it right? Even if the people you're serving, your clients, your customers, whatever it is, come back and say that was good, it requires you as the leader and as the expert to take a look and say, is this actually what I'm trying to do? Is this keeping with first principles? Okay. Therefore you keep improving. All right. Let's keep on rolling here. Got a couple more little clips. We won't stay here forever on old Elon, but he is in the backdrop of all these things, even with the Epstein files, believe it or not. Old Epstein tried to get him on the list. Old Epstein tried to get him to come to the island, all these things. And Elon, to his credit, said no. That's the stories I'm seeing, okay? Said no, only for fundraising. He didn't want anything to do with Epstein. Wasn't really his thing, okay? We're going to find out. For a lot of other people, it was their thing. We're going to see this, okay? So stick with me for that. We're going to get to the Epstein files a little bit later. But let's watch this next one from Elon. Okay. Here we go. All right. He's going to talk about right now. Elon's talking about ultra.
Right. We seem to be moving from, not in India, but in in some parts of the West from 6 days to 5 days to 4 days to 3?
Not me.
I think the Europeans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, of note here, he is talking about the work week, okay? So Elon Musk is going to talk about here in this interview the fact that with AI and robotics in the near future is what he says. Other experts say they don't think this will happen for decades, if not 100 years. Elon Musk is saying within our lifetimes, work will become optional. There will be a general standard of wealth. I know some of you right now are jumping up and down. Work will be optional. Hold on a second. Tell your friends. Like, subscribe, share, get people over here because Ben's going to tell you right now that Elon says work will be optional. Get them over here. I'll tell you how, okay? There's a sign-up sheet for it, and you get on Elon's sign-up sheet, and your work will be optional. No, but seriously, he's saying that what happens is that through robotics and AI, productivity will reach such a level that work will become optional, and everyone will have a basic need of existence. And actually, ultra-high income will be the next step of that for everyone. Pretty much anything you want, you can get, which really seems weird, right? And you're not working. What are you going to be doing? I don't know. There's all these existential questions that come up, but that's what he's talking about right here when he says UHI, and the interviewer is joking, saying, we're going to be down to only a few days a week of working. And Elon said, not for me. Okay. And also, if you're somebody thinking about starting a business, Elon has some good words to say here. Let's keep watching this. All right. I'm going to go back into it. Here we go.
I think if you're trying to make a startup succeed, or you're trying to make a company do very difficult things, then you definitely need to put in serious hours. I think that's
right.
That's how it goes.
And if we were to move from 5 to 4 to 3 days, how do you think society changes? When people have to work half the week, what do they do with the other half?
Well, I think it'll actually be that people don't have to work at all and it may not be that far in the future. Maybe only, 10, I'd say less than 20 years.
Sign me up.
My prediction is in less than 20 years, working will be optional. Working at all will be optional. Like a hobby, pretty much.
And that would be because of increased productivity, meaning people do not have to work?
They don't have to. Look, obviously people can play this back in 20 years and say, look, Elon made this ridiculous prediction and it's not true. But I think it will turn out to be true that in less than 20 years, but maybe even as little as, 10 or 15 years, the advancements in AI and robotics will bring us to the point where working is optional. In the same way that, like, say, you can grow your own vegetables in your garden, or you could go to the store and buy vegetables. It's much harder to grow your own vegetables. but some people like to grow their vegetables, which is fine, But it'll be optional in that way, is my prediction.
If one were to argue that humans are innately competitive and everything is relative.
All right. So there you heard it. There we heard it, and I see it in the chat there. Yeah, Jayburn, you're spot on. AI and automation. I also see you rewatched Crash Get Roasted by House on September 17th House hearing. It was bad. I watched that today too. Jayburn, I watched that today too. It's nuts. And then September 17th, it is crazy. I saw the headlines of, I'll just say it, I'll qualify this. I read the headline saying, did Trump have something to do with Epstein's murder in the prison? Okay. This headline saying it, a lot of us are thinking it, but I don't know. I don't think that's Trump's thing. I don't think we're going to find him any major wrongdoing in these files, but I think there are a lot of other powerful people in there, and also probably some criminal people too. Who's to say it's not a Russian oligarch that just was like, yeah, go get rid of this guy, or some criminal underworld, person, a cartel leader that's like, yeah, get rid of this guy. We're sick of him. Okay. They're not going to stop that. There's not a lot they can do. Okay. And so I don't know what we're going to find out, but a lot's coming out, and we're going to hit this later. We got a whole big section on the Epstein files on this Benathon. This is a Benathon, everyone. We are going to be going for a while tonight. So get your snacks, get your drinks, get ready to rock and roll, and get dug in for this because we're going to do it. And we got a whole big section on Epstein coming up soon. Okay. Yeah, I hope not too, Jayburn. You know, I just think I think it's going to be a lot of other powerful, sneaky people, but I just think, you know, President Trump's been in the spotlight for too long, right? I mean, you don't run for president if you're the, you know, the head of the mafia, at least in this country, right? You know, so I mean, I'm saying that's what I believe. And we'll see. You know, everything will come out. It always does. That's how it is. It always eventually comes out. So, all right, let's keep on rolling. Working be optional, or will there simply be no jobs to have? Phoenix is asking. You know, Phoenix, I think it'll be working will be optional because of what Elon's saying, that AI and automation, as Jayburn pointed out in the chat, that there will create serious abundance, you know, and there will create a base income. You know, there are countries that have that, like in Saudi, let's say in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Brunei. Some of these oil-rich countries pay their citizens an annual salary, a monthly salary. That, you know, so the government, well, one of the reasons is so the government doesn't get overthrown by unhappy people. Okay, let's, you know, be honest. But then also because they look at, though, they're good stewards of the people, and, you know, these are kings, right? And so they say, why should we be the only ones to benefit from this wealth? Let's pay the people and let them benefit from the oil wealth, and we have peace and prosperity, and everyone's happy. And so, you know, that's one side of it. From oil wealth, but ours will be from technological wealth, from AI, automation, you know, creating an abundance of just about everything, right? The only thing is in this interview, it's a lengthy interview. We're not going to play the whole thing. Elon talks about, in my research, you know, I found this portion of it. Elon talks about energy is one of those things that you cannot, you know, you can't control as a government. You can't provide for, you still have to work for it. And he draws a connection to Bitcoin as well, too. Why Bitcoin will be very valuable in the future is because it's based in energy. Okay. And so it's not something that can be, you know, be controlled or be manipulated or be copied, things like that. So anyway, that's where that comes from. I don't think it'll be from a lack of jobs. I think it'll be from AI and automation. And you may still be working, too. You may just be in charge of a team of robots or in charge of an AI or in charge of something else, right? And all these different things. There are a lot of futuristic views out there, but let's keep on rolling. I got some more videos from Elon here, a few more things from him, and then we're going to get deep. We're going to dig down deep. We're going to go into Russia, Ukraine, Venezuela, US, the blockade that just happened, and we are going to deep dive the Epstein files. I've got my AI agent as we speak working for me, digging up the latest, greatest in the DOJ. I'm not kidding you. I put it on agent mode, and I got Gemini, ChatGPT. I think Gemini's better, but Gemini is working for me right now. It said, do you want me to keep working on this? I said, yeah. And so it's like, you know, digging through, it's crawling through these files, and I'll see what comes up. But I've already got a bunch of stuff set up, and if anything else updates, I will let you know. But let's rock and roll on this next one here. And again, put all your questions in the chat, guys, okay? I'm not going to wait to the very end of, you know, 3 hours from now to talk about the questions you have in the chat. Put them now. I'll hit them definitely in between each segment. I will cover questions, but as they come up, I've got my little phone here. My eyes are working better tonight, so I can actually read it. And I will definitely answer your questions in stride. This is going to be highly interactive, you guys, okay? This isn't just going to be me talking the whole time. I want to hear from you guys and tell me what you think, okay? And let's see where we're at with that poll, too. See if anybody answered the poll. 86%. Yes, okay, cool. All right, some people say no. All right. Awesome. Okay. Let's keep on rolling. Got another little video for you guys here. As everyone's getting all warmed up, we're getting lathered up and get warmed up for the main event. The U.S. political news, international war news, and then down to the nitty-gritty, the Epstein files. And then we're going to have some fun, okay? I'm definitely going to deep dive UFOs too, like I told you. Coming up soon, okay? After Epstein, we're going to hit UFOs, like earth-shattering type stuff. To me, it is. I believe all of you guys will think so too. But we're coming out with like groundbreaking stuff this June, an actual movie with current administration officials in it and other experts. And this is like officially sanctioned, allowed, you know, and it's kind of a way for people to soften the blow that aliens are here. Okay. And so we'll get into that too. Let's keep on rolling, though. Okay, here we go.
Meanwhile, there's this billionaire Elon Musk weighing on the Trump accounts for newborns set to roll out next year, saying that they're a nice gesture, but may not be necessary going forward because he says saving money will not be necessary, with universal high income set to prevail in the future. Musk says this on X, it is certainly a nice gesture of the Dells, but there will be no poverty in the future. And so no need to save money. There will be universal high income. Musk is on record saying artificial intelligence and robotics will eliminate poverty and the need to work, creating a universal level of wealth. Trying to follow.
All right. Let me just say as a disclaimer here, I don't advise that you stop saving, you stop working. Let's not count on universal high income, UHI is what they're calling that, in lines that's going to come from the automation and AI and all that stuff. Please don't just count on that, okay? Let's still follow our old Dave Ramsey formula, okay, of, paying down the credit card debt, working hard, paying it down, controlling our expenses, and then starting to build a little nest egg, build a little war chest of 1 month saving, then 3 months saving. Then we're going to start to invest, start doing all this stuff. And then if all of a sudden this saves the day and UHI comes and they start paying you whatever they're calling UHI, they're starting to pay you, whatever, 20, 30,000, 10,000, 30,000 a month, maybe more. I don't know. Maybe you have a card. You can just go get whatever you want anytime you want. I don't know. Okay. You have your own little flying saucer flying you around. And if that all happens, awesome. Okay. And I'll still be on here. I'll just go live all day. I'll put like a little camera. You guys can follow me around, whatever I do. And that's what we'll do. We'll have a fun time. But until then, I highly advise you, please keep saving, and if you're not saving, at least pay down your debts, keep working, all the stuff like that. All right. We're all in the fight together. The economy is not in great shape right now. We know that. Okay. Despite all this stuff, things are not as affordable. It's not easy. Okay. So, please, just this is great, aspirational, but don't just put all your eggs in one basket on this. Let's see, Phoenix Flying. That would be amazing. For me, work gives me purpose, but I work for myself. It would be great if people can stay self-directed and still accomplish things, dig into hobbies, etc. Yeah, 100%. It would be fantastic, definitely. Jasmine, there's no shame in wearing glasses. I don't need it right now. Damn it. I don't need to wear the glasses right now. This is big enough. I can see it. You're right. But they're in the other room, and I do have reading glasses, but I'm seeing this really clearly on my phone right now. Normally, I click over to the computer, and I can see it because it's like, 5 times the font. But for some reason, my eyes are working really well right now. Might be sleep-related, too. When I get enough sleep, I can see great. Becky, you're right, Jasmine. He needs them for his whole Superman Clark Kent thing. Thank you, Becky. Okay, I'll take that into account. Good grief, woman. Let's see. What else we got here? Yeah, I know, Jasmine. I know the economy isn't in rough shape, according to him. I mean, but this is what he's always done. So this is called a reality distortion field. A reality distortion field means I just tell you how it is. It's better. It's this. It's that. And expecting, and on the back end, it will get better. And therefore, you think, he brought his vision to bear. He's right. Okay. But we all know, I'm not even going to cover the 20-minute tirade he went on the other night. Okay. All I can say is I watched some of it, and then I watched Jimmy Kimmel comment on it, which was hilarious, actually. Okay. It was very funny, but I just, it was like a little bit, I don't know, a little tone deaf. It's kind of tone deaf. So from what I saw, but we're not going to cover that tonight. We're not going to go into it. Okay. Maybe tomorrow night I might actually bring it up, but there's just too much to cover. There's too much. Like I said in the thumbnail, this is a nut show. It's a complete freaking nut show. Okay. We got Epstein files dropping. We got all these kind of crazy people going to this wacky child porn nutbag, Lolita Island thing. Okay. It's like a bad movie. And then we got a war we're starting at the same time, right down in Venezuela, World War III, like no kidding, like scary crap, Russia, Ukraine, millions of people being killed. That's no kidding. No kidding. Okay. So all this stuff happening, the richest man ever on the planet saying that robots and AI are going to take over. You don't have to work anymore. All right. Oh, by the way, they asked him before, and I've covered this in an earlier live a couple months ago. They asked Elon Musk, said, why don't you build a robot army? He said, well, I've thought about it. I'm trying not to bring about the end of the world. That's why not. And he said, eventually I probably will have to because other people are going to do it before me. So guess what? Before you know it, trillionaire Elon Musk might have a robot army with a super intelligence. Oh, wow. Remember when we were doing the AI in the beginning of the lives a couple months ago, like all the time over the summer? You know, I'm going to keep weaving that in because I think it's so important. And again, the whole purpose is for us all to upgrade our lives. I don't want to just sit here and be like, this is funny. I like doing funny stuff. I do like making, funny little things like that. But we got to know what the hell's going on. We got to know. Okay. All right. Let's keep on rolling. I got another one for you here. Another one from old Elon. And then we're going to move on. And then we're going to jump right into Russia, Ukraine. Okay. And okay, so this is a really good one. It gives a little bit of character of Elon Musk, a little bit of his character. Okay. And I am a fan of his, I would say, but I'm really not like a fanboy to anybody. You know what I mean? Like I like Elon Musk. He's interesting. Like Jasmine, you said you don't like Elon Musk, but he's a good businessman. And so he's good to look at, right? He's good to know about, to try to study a little bit. The same thing with me. I try to find if we could all get just a small fraction of his success or his work ethic, it could probably improve our lives. But here's some of his character here and what he thinks is going on in colleges and institutions. I do think this is worth looking at for him as a leader, to understand him as a leader and what he thinks, because he is one of the most influential people on earth, and he will be probably the most influential person on earth within 10 years. Okay. So let's check this out. Whether you love him or hate him.
Listen to this stark warning from Elon Musk back in April of 2023 as it relates to sending your kids to schools where they will be indoctrinated.
The amount of indoctrination that's happening in schools and universities is, I think, far beyond what parents realize. Let me give you an example that a friend of mine told me, which his daughters go to high school in the Bay Area, and he was asking them, like, who are the first few presidents of the United States? They could name Washington, and I said, well, what do you know about him? Well, he was a slave owner. What else?
Right.
Exactly. Nothing.
Right.
Like, okay, maybe you should know more than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slavery is obviously a horrific institution, but we should still know more about George Washington than.
Yeah, you know what you might want to know about George Washington? That George Washington not only was the first president of the United States and had wooden teeth, which I've seen, I think, at the Smithsonian, and they've got the other set of them at his house outside D.C.
Okay. And his point, Elon Musk's point, and really Ruben's point there as well, too, is that, yeah, George Washington also was the one that was, gave up becoming the king. When they offered him to become the king and ruler for his life, he gave that up and said, no, that doesn't serve our purpose. We were trying to get away from a tyrant. We don't install a new king. Okay. So when he was finished being president, he stopped. He's also the one that led the armies and all this crazy stuff, right? All these crazy battles to win our independence from the United Kingdom, from Great Britain. Okay. And so, you would think, and like Elon Musk's point is that that's what they learn in the school, is just this negative thing. Everything. Okay. And when I say everything, I know that that's not always true, but they're taught a lot of cynical things, to look at every institution a bit cynically, to look at everything like, well, we got to remember this and that, and so I think you want to have the whole picture, not just one side. And anyway, that's a good snapshot of what he's like as a leader, what he thinks about, what he thinks about education as well, too. But again, take a look at his character a little bit more. He's an interesting guy. But we are moving on right now. Look at anything you have in the chat here, guys. We're going to move on now to Russia, Ukraine. South Park has the answers, Jasmine. That's right, Tim. Let's see. I'm pretty sure Ben is a fanboy for Jake. You mean Jake Zweig? My friend Jake? I don't know. He's my friend. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a fanboy of anybody. Jake is definitely a friend of mine. Let's see. Tim Burke, great advice, Ben. Thank you. I'm always going to read comments that say great advice, Ben. That one, my eyes go right to it. Great advice, Ben. Keep with the cornerstones of financial independence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tim. Let's see. Jasmine says she loves being Canadian. Canada's cool. You guys haven't been there. You got to go. It's awesome. All right. Let's get going here. I don't know how South Park would deal with Hey, Super Slam, what's happening? Great to have you. I don't know how South Park would deal with the robot army either. It would be nuts. But I hope he gets the robot army just to see what they do. And we got some good South Park ones tonight too. Some of the South Park I've been putting on lately has made me cringe because I haven't watched it all. And all of a sudden I press play. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like too much now. And maybe that's because I'm a bit conservative, but yeah, they can make you cringe with some of their stuff. Jayburn, I think Elon is in it for himself, sadly. Yeah, I think you're right. If China were more receptive to the autonomy of his corporation, had have no qualms about packing up shop. I don't know, Jayburn. You might be right. I don't know. You know, the actions speak louder than words, and so, you know, we shall see. But man, you might have a good point. But I definitely think he's in it for himself. I recently saw an interview with Alexandra Tolstoy of the Leo Tolstoy family. She's Countess Alexandra Tolstoy. And she recounts her time with Putin. She was the wife of one of the oligarchs who actually installed Putin. She said the same thing. She said, sadly, people think Putin is in it for the greater glory of Russia. She said he's a narcissist. He has narcissistic personality disorder, and he's actually in it for himself. Okay. And so to your point, Jayburn, that when people do have NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, they're probably just in it for themselves. And I don't know if that's Elon. I personally don't think so. That he has NPD, I don't think so. I think he might have autism. I think that's a true thing. Okay. But yeah, for Putin, which is a great segue because we're going to get right into Putin right now. Okay. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's check it out. Here we go. So the latest, greatest in the Russia-Ukraine war, which is absolutely horrible. You know, over a million people killed on the Russian side. You know, we're getting hundreds of thousands killed on the Ukrainian side. Russia saying Ukraine has no chance. That's been their narrative lately. They are suing for peace, suing for a treaty to stop the war that gives them big swaths of eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region. Okay, they're saying Ukraine has no chance, and they're trying to convince the world of this, right? They're creating this narrative, and they're creating, this content strategy and this media strategy to say this. But we're going to see Ukraine has something else to say. They're striking back. Their drone warfare is formidable, and they're striking back, and they're doing counteroffensives that are in many ways putting a real dent in Russian oil production and therefore in their economy. And you combine that with the story is right now is that Russia is in recession. Russia's not, kind of tipping towards recession. Experts are saying they are full out in recession, and the war is draining them. And I told you guys before with Putin is a dictator. Dictators ride the tiger. I've said this many times, okay? What does that mean? That means that a dictator's riding the tiger. If they get off the tiger eats them. The tiger is the people. The tiger is the country. Putin cannot do anything but win. He needs to win this for himself, for Russia, for his legacy, but really to survive. If he doesn't win this, somehow something's going to happen to him. Opposition's going to come up. They're going to assassinate him. This is what I predict. They're going to assassinate him. They're going to kill him. They're going to get rid of him. They're going to install somebody else because at the end of the day, he ruled through fear and power. He was installed there by oligarchs. I just told you, Countess Alexandra Tolstoy of the Leo Tolstoy, I think it's War and Peace, the book, whatever it is. Okay, that famous book. But Countess Alexandra Tolstoy, all the way back from the Tsarist Russia, she tells of this, that he was a winner. The oligarchs put him in power because they were backing a winner, but they created a monster. He used Stalinist tactics to murder, to kill, to intimidate, to assassinate, to put people in fear. He was crazier than anybody else. Very sneaky, very sneaky. And so you don't think all those chickens are going to come back to roost on him now? Now that he's being weakened, he's got to win. Okay? Or else I think he's going to face a civil war. That's what I think, where they're going to overthrow him. That's my prediction. And everybody has to pay me a quarter if I'm right. All right, let's go. Let's watch this first video. Let us watch this first video that will cleverly support my claims that I've just told you, because that's the type of political scientist I am, is I only give you information and data and figures that support what I've said. Let's do that.
Russia wants the world to believe that Ukraine is on the edge of defeat and that only a peace deal that favors Russia, delivered right now, will save it. Ukraine says differently. Scratch that, Ukraine is proving differently with every passing day as it continues to launch strikes that cause damage, break records, and see the country pulling off world firsts at a time when Vladimir Putin and his cronies say that Ukraine is on its knees. And Ukraine just did it again. Ukraine just sank a $400 million Russian submarine in a world-first underwater drone strike. Now, Putin knows that not having much of a traditional navy doesn't hold Ukraine back. His Black Sea submarines are in major trouble as the sub-Sea Baby is now on the prowl. On December 15th, the Kyiv Post was among several outlets that reported on Ukraine's remarkable strike, noting that the Security Service of Ukraine, or SBU, was behind the attack. The SBU had deployed a brand new drone capable of operating underwater to strike a Russian submarine based in the Novorossiysk naval base. The drones didn't just score hits, they shattered through the submarine's hull.
Now, really quick pause. If you guys have seen, we did this a couple months ago on the live. You've been sticking with me for a few months. The U.S. Navy's Manta Ray underwater drone, okay? We can pull that up in a minute, or you can look it up yourselves as well, too. But the U.S. Navy's underwater Manta Ray drone, it's like a big underwater manta ray, right? But for the Ukraine underwater drone, it's a kamikaze drone that smashes and explodes itself. So you can imagine they're not highly detectable because they usually have some type of they have some type of stealth technology, things like that. I don't think the Ukrainians have that yet, but the U.S. does. And so this is terrifying though for shipping, right? Because undersea warfare, it's terrifying overall. And the fact that Ukraine can demonstrate this capability is taking it to a whole nother level and it's going to cause all kinds of more problems. You just keep draining blood and treasure from Russia. It's a cost-imposing strategy. You want to keep fighting us here? Asymmetric warfare. We're not going to fight you head on. We're going to do our best to fight you head on. Russia's strong, right? On the front lines. But we're going to fly around your strengths, go to your rear areas, your weak areas. This is classic maneuver warfare strategy that the Marine Corps talks about all the time. It's also what the German stormtroopers used to use in World War II, okay? Stormtroop tactics. We look for surfaces and gaps. We avoid the surfaces, the strong points, okay? I'm going to talk about this really quickly, and we'll come right back into this video. But in Stormtroop tactics, what they teach you at the U.S. Marine Corps Infantry Officer course, they probably teach the same thing at the, the Army's Infantry Officer course. They probably teach the same thing in Ranger School too, okay? But largely for our light infantry and our shock troop type infantry formations, we teach that there are things called surfaces and gaps. This comes from, World War II tactics that frankly, the German Wehrmacht used to use, okay? And Prussian tactics as well too. But stormtroop tactics, we want to make a penetration of a strong point at its weakest area, and then we want to push through the weak point into the rear areas where they're weak. So how do they do this for Ukraine? Well, they don't need to attack them with infantry, okay? That's old school. They have drones. They just fly around everything. Fly into the radar, fly around, and go kamikaze the hell out of the rear areas. And there's not a damn thing they can really do about it right now because they haven't figured it out yet, okay? So if you're a defense contractor and you're looking to make a lot of money, if you can solve this drone warfare problem not to be a drone dealer, to have drones, lots of companies doing that, but the word on the street, okay, that I've heard personally from drone companies that are operating in places that we've talked about, okay, if you can figure out counter drone warfare, how to stop drones, you will make hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. Okay, I'm talking all over the world. So turn to it. Smart people in the chat, go make that drone company. I get 10% or whatever you figure out because I inspired it. Let's go. So surfaces and gaps. A surface, right, would be like, hitting the Russians head on. A gap, a soft area to sneak through, that's what they're doing, is underwater, through the air, and then hitting them in their logistics, hitting them in their camps, hitting them in their supply lines, hitting the oil refineries. They're doing all this stuff. Okay, let's go back to the video and watch some more. They illustrate this very, very well. And, this was my life for a long time, so sorry if I'm getting excited about it. I know it is war, but it's kind of what I do, right? You guys ever seen that? You ever seen that movie? What is it with Van Helsing and the head vampire, whatever his name is? He's like, Igor, why do you torture that beast so? He's like, he's electrocuting the werewolf And he goes, Master, it's what I do, right? So here you go. This is what I do. We're going to talk about this. Let me know in the chat if you know that movie. And don't worry, I'm going to create another poll soon, and maybe there'll even be a new function I'll do tonight if Jasmine teaches me, or any of you guys who are really smart and you watch a lot of this stuff, right? Teach me a new trick I'm supposed to do. Come on, Jasmine, tell me. I don't know. All right, let's see. Let me see. Where was I at? Here we go. Boom. I'm getting good with this stuff.
That submarine score hits, they shattered through the submarine's hull, causing it to sink. That submarine was a Kilo class, which naval technology describes as an attack submarine designed by Russia to engage in anti-submarine and anti-surface ship activities. With Ukraine deploying neither of these assets in the Black Sea or Sea of Azov, Russia's Kilo classes have changed course. They are now firing missiles at Ukraine's cities and energy infrastructure from their hidden locations under the waves. A Kilo-class sub can stay submerged for up to 45 days, reaching a maximum diving depth of 300 meters, or around 984 feet in the process. As for missiles, the Kilo-class is fitted with launchers for 8 Igla or Strela 3 surface-to-air missiles. However, Russia has been using those launchers to send Caliber cruise missiles in Ukraine's direction, as you'll learn a little later in the video. The point here is simple. Russia had a useful submarine, and that submarine is now gone thanks to a lethal SBU strike. Though it has...
All right. Okay. So, we get a little update there on the underwater drones now. So not just in the air, but also undersea. Okay? The robot war is here. Elon Musk's future robot war is here. Okay? Ukraine is the master of drones right now. Now, the US has very, very sophisticated, complex, exotic drone systems, okay? The Predator, the Reaper drone system that carries 4 Hellfire missiles, it might carry more now, okay? Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. But it carries 4 Hellfire missiles, okay? This is a very exotic, complicated, sophisticated system, okay? And it's persistent. It hangs up there. It can loiter. It can stay up there for hours, right? You can send 2 or 3 orbits of drones and cover a huge swath of area. It's quiet. It fires these Hellfire missiles are incredible from a place you can't even see it. Okay, I'll tell you guys a little story. So back in the old Iraq War, around 2004, back then, okay, Captain Pappas, a raid force commander and company commander, I was sitting there and I had a young Army specialist that was my drone pilot, and he had a Hellfire. He had a Predator drone, and he'd fly it to do surveillance and reconnaissance and intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, ISR, over target sites for high value targets that my raid force was hunting. Okay. And I would always look at him. I'd be like, I can't remember his last name, but he wasn't actually in my unit. He was an Army attachment that was the Predator flyer. Okay. So if you're out there and you see this, come in the chat and tell me. We can do a high five. But I'd be like, Smitty, what's going on? What are we looking at right now? We looking at, the target sets? He's like, yes, sir. And I'd say, we got Hellfires on board. He'd look at me kind of sideways, like, what am I going to say? And he'd go, yes, sir. And I'd look at him. I go, fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Let's get some. Let's go get some. And I wasn't able to tell him to go strike anything. Okay. Because we weren't in an active operation. He was doing ISR. And also, the big boss was the one that would own something like that in this case, okay? And the big boss was a full-bird colonel, new commander, battle space owner. This was his asset, doing ISR for me and for my guys. But it was, anyway, just the look he would give me. So, but this is 2004. It was so incredible. We'd fly around these places, and I'd say, zoom in a little more, zoom in a little more. We'd see like what the guys were doing there, going in and out of buildings, okay? And it was incredible. Fast forward 10 years later in Afghanistan, the optics were even better. Okay. I can remember, one of my company commanders, a local, a task unit commander, more or less. Okay. A major in the Marine Corps. I can remember his unit. I was there visiting their site, okay, as their battalion commander. Optics were incredible. Them doing strikes with the predators, incredible, okay? And so what I'm telling you is that this stuff has gone so far. That was then. And this is 10 years later. I can't even imagine, okay? And some of you have experience here right now, right here, okay? It's been a little while, a couple years since I've, been watching Predator feed or been watching drone feed. But it's come so far. It's incredible. It's fast moving. It's first person. They're kamikaze. They're cheap. They're replaceable. They're producing a ton of them. The robot war is here, okay? It is here right now. It's just the AI systems to get into the final loop in the kill chain, right? We still have a human in the do loop right now. That's the big thing. The open letter to the world that was signed by Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Stephen Hawking, all these people, who else signed it? Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk, and lots of other top leaders in AI and science all said AI will be the end of humanity, okay? If we have autonomous AI-driven weapon systems like drones and robots where a human does not have a kill switch, where a human is taken out of the do loop, okay? But you can see we're already going that direction. That's why there's a lot of concern. Legislation needs to happen. Regulation needs to happen. All those things. I know you guys are thinking about it too, all right? But it's 100% true. All right, before I go on to the next story, let me check out the chat here. What do we got? GBUs too, but they're about the Reapers. Yep. Okay, see you, Jasmine. Thank you for being here. Everyone say goodbye to Jasmine. Paul, imagine the stuff we have now that Trump spent massive money on our military. Yeah, no, I agree with you, 100%. We have better drones now. Okay, Doc, I believe it. 100% I believe it. I haven't been in front of a drone feed in, I don't know how long now. It's been gotta be a while, maybe going on 10 years. Okay. Try to keep Ben off the polls. Cheers, Jasmine. And this is Cedric. I saw you had a question. You said, do you think we'll pull a Hitler, right? I saw it here. I didn't get in there to see it. Life Art Times, what's happening? Great to have you. Cedric, you asked me a question here. I remember what it was. You said, do we think we'll pull a Hitler and we'll invade Poland? Okay, Cedric, this is for you. I hope you're listening, brother. Good to have you here, man. And so I think there's a good chance that Putin will pull a Hitler and invade Poland. Now, Poland today is not what Poland was versus Germany. Poland today is pretty freaking fierce, okay? The Polish generals not even their president, called out to Putin and said, bring it on. And I guess they moved 40,000 troops to the border, okay? So they're not screwing around, man. They're not, okay, what's up, Cedric? I see you, brother. They're not screwing around. I think he would want to, but he doesn't want to get his ass kicked either, okay? Because guess what? You attack Poland, it's a whole new ball game now, okay? You don't think Germany is going to bristle? All of NATO is going to bristle and take action? Of course. First of all, I think Poland's going to definitely smack them. Could Russia beat them? I don't know. Everybody thought that Russia would kill Ukraine, okay? And they probably would have won if it weren't for U.S. assistance. Let's be honest. Early on in the war, we all saw the video with, a squad of Ukrainians with Stinger missiles shooting down 4 Hind helicopters, Russian attack helicopters. We all saw the videos, right? That's incredible. That's demoralizing. Any of you have been to combat out there? I will tell you this. When you hear one of your helicopters got shot down, okay, this changes the game. This is one of your major assets that you have confidence in, U.S. air power. I don't care if it's a helicopter or if it's a jet. When you hear one of your main assets got shot down, this hits you in the heart, okay? I can remember Battle of the Joff. One of our helicopters went down, okay, got shot down. And, pilot got ejected out the front, all these things. Really scary stuff. Went and did a trap mission. More Marines were killed. Crazy stuff, okay? But this hits you in the heart because you think, whoa, you feel vulnerable. You feel so vulnerable. So for the Russian military, when the Ukrainians were shooting down their helicopters, this piece of legendary equipment, the Hind helicopter, with the wings and all the missiles, when they shot this down, 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys all saw the videos. This is like 2020 time frame, maybe a little earlier. Maybe it was like 2017. I can't remember exactly, okay? Like 2021 maybe, 2021, 2022. They shot these down. Look it up. It's incredible. And I can only imagine how demoralized the Russians were. Probably like, I thought we were going to win. They said we're going to roll over them. They're shooting our main battle helicopters down. Okay. So I think Putin doesn't want that, Cedric. I think he's afraid of that. And I think then I'm just going to tell you, okay, the specter of Nazi Germany and, Weimar Republic Germany and Germany in history, warlike Germany, has not gone away. And I just talked about the AFG, the Alternative for Germany party, rising right now. They're winning elections. They're rising up. They've got the backing of people like Elon Musk. So there's a different Germany coming up right now. Their defense spending is through the roof. There's something from a company called Stratfor, and they believe in geopolitics. And the geopolitics for Germany states that every 100 years, Germany needs to get into a major war. Okay, they need to as a national interest. Okay, but they need pretext. The pretext before, okay, part of it was the Russian threat. Okay, what do you think's happening again right now? Okay, what do you guys think's happening again right now? I'm going to put this in the chat. I'm going to put a poll up because I know how to do polls, first of all. Next of all, I want to see what you guys think. And this is the chat. This is the question. Here's the question. Okay. Will Germany become... Let me see this. Let me say, will Russia invade Poland? And cause Germany to go to war? Because then we're going to see a whole nother thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see old Germany coming back. This is my opinion. I've been kind of a watcher of them for a long time, since I figured out the whole geopolitics with Germany and why they would go to war all the time. Never forget, Rome fell from the Goths and Visigoths. Where did they come from? Oh, Germanic tribes. Oh, the greatest power ever until now, the United States. Roman Empire fell from fighting the Germanic tribes. Okay? So, a long, long history of war and warlike culture in Germany. Make no mistake about that. All right? So, that's what I think, Cedric. I hope that answered your question. Thanks for that question. It's a great, very thought-provoking question. Let's see what else we got here. Hey, thanks, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Can we give some applause for Ben? How good Ben is managing a live, lining up videos, delivering seamless, meaningful content without a script. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. You're the best. Appreciate that. I've come a long way from you guys that were with me from day one when I really started this channel. I started doing lives in late June. I couldn't even get the damn thing turned on. Do you guys remember that? Who remembers that? I was like, I'll be 10 minutes late. And I had a few of you who'd hang in there with me, remember me from the war room, and you'd be like, all right, Ben's just figured it out. Let him go. But yeah, I'm learning a lot. And thanks to you guys, you inspire me and let me do what I love. Appreciate y'all being here. So, all right, let's watch this next video. Getting back to Russia, Ukraine, and what the hell's going on there, and what do we think's going to happen? Okay, we've got a lot more to cover too. Next, we're going to cover Venezuela, U.S. Venezuela, the whole blockade, possibility of a ground war. What does that look like? And then we're going to deep dive the Epstein files. Okay, we're going to deep dive it. We're going to talk about what's been coming out, new pictures, new photos, new evidence, new allegations, crazy stuff, replaying of some of the old congressional testimony, only a month ago, where they're making, they're making allegations and hinting at powerful people who had Epstein killed. Okay. All these things and more we're going to talk about. Crazy stuff. But put your questions in the chat. I will get to them. Let's do it. Hey, thank you, Super Slime. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sue. Good to have you here. Oh, Cedric, we got to talk about that. I need to do a whole nother show on that, brother. Did I hear about, Cedric asked me, did I hear about the thwarted German coup last year, 2 years ago? I didn't, actually. I hate to say that, but I didn't. I've been really watching Russia, Ukraine. Cedric, I got to deep dive on that. I'm going to check it out. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you putting that in there. Doc, yeah, I was in JBAD when our drone crashed in Iran. No kidding. Were you really? That's wild, Doc. How cool. That's wild stuff. Yeah, heartbreaking for sure. And Yeah, the stuff they have today is insane. Honestly, I'm ready to go back in. I'd go back in. I'd probably go back in a heartbeat. Like if all of a sudden something was going down, they're like, "We need you back." I'd be like, "All right, awesome, I'm in." But I would want to be a drone pilot. I think, I'd want to somehow be involved like that. So that would be really cool. So if any of you out there have any connections, I'm ready. I'm ready to do this. Okay, I can take my YouTube skills there. I promise. Look I know how to manage all this stuff. It's the same thing as flying orbits of drones. You guys are saying you can be references for me. All right. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Doc. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure you do miss it. I know, me too. Thank you for that. Appreciate you saying that. It means a lot. All right, let's get in this next one. Got a lot of cool little videos here. And, I try to put out things in the videos that I learn from and are interesting to me. And I'm glad you guys find them interesting too, and that we all learn together, right? And sometimes I've only watched some of this stuff, and so I'm reacting real time with you, okay? Watch a bit of it, get a gist of it, and I'm going to react with you guys. I think it's better that way. All right, check this out. This is some really interesting commentary here. All right, here we go.
Ukraine will do well to survive a harsh winter. That's the narrative being followed by many media outlets and think tanks, especially as Russia intensifies its long-range assaults against Ukraine's energy infrastructure and civilians. Russia is trying to freeze Ukraine's people into surrender, but something is being missed in all of these tales of Russia's winter strategy. Yes, Ukraine has to endure another tough winter, but Russia may not even survive the cold snap. That's not because Ukraine is on the verge of destroying the Russian army. Russia won't survive the winter because Vladimir Putin's war economy is exploding, and the cold months of 2025 and 2026 are going to deliver a reckoning that he never saw coming. Why? Well, for a start, Russia is no longer teetering on the edge of a recession. According to Ukraine's foreign minister, Andriy Sybiha, the Russian economy has now entered a recession, and there seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, so Russia is in a recession. Remember, you need money to fight a war, okay? You need oil, you need energy, you need resources. If you don't have that, you can't fight the war. I think, everybody's played those little role-playing games, those online games where, you got to build up your army. You got the little, foundry thing that builds up your certain catapults and stuff like that. Whatever it is, World of Warcraft, whatever it is like that. So you kind of have an idea. You need to mine the gold out of the gold mine, all this stuff like those games. But this is really on a large scale. The country needs money to fight the war. Otherwise, they have to get loans. They're already getting loans. And we're going to jump back in this video in 1 second. They're already getting loans from China. They're already getting equipment and loans from India and China. And now the U.S., right, has really put pressure on Prime Minister Modi and India to stop it. Stop buying their oil. Why do you think we're having that? One of the reasons, not everything, okay? Part of a big reason we're doing the blockade to Venezuela is we're choking out the Maduro regime, but we're also stopping any possible energy-connected payments or shipments of energy, of crude, to Russia, okay? A lot of the crude from Venezuela is going to Iran, into China. But I'm telling you, somehow the money will be funneled into Russia as well, okay? So all this stuff's connected, like I said before in the beginning. All this is connected. Let's keep going. Let's keep watching this one. This has got a lot of interesting stuff in it. And here we go.
X on December 17th, Sybiha laid bare the terrible economic situation that Russia now faces. The Russian budget is in the red, and it's time to ramp up sanctions pressure. There is now a real possibility of making the cost of continuing the war unbearable for the Kremlin, Sybiha declared. Data show that despite the Russian government's efforts to soften the impact of sanctions, Russia's economy begins to face some dramatic issues while it enters recession. Sybiha then reeled off a laundry list of figures, all of which prove the point that he's making. Censor.net reported on some of these figures, noting that the period between January 2025 and November 2025 has seen the Russian federal budget deficit rise to a record-breaking $54 billion, and it's not done climbing yet. By the end of the year, the deficit may reach...
I have to laugh. That sounds like... Okay, it sounds like Dr. Evil. The Russian deficit budget numbers sound like Dr. Evil saying, we want $1 million, right? 54 billion. When you look at the US, it's like 1 trillion, right? Like astronomically higher. This tells you I'm just telling you. Everybody's saying, you know, I see the videos out there. I see it, honestly. Some of them are from fellow veterans. And I'm like, come on. When they're like, we couldn't survive against China. Russia would kill us. I'm like, come on. Just stop. Okay? The only people that will defeat us is we defeat ourselves as Americans. Okay? So friggin' Americans, we got to unite. All right? Only people that defeat us is us. That's it. The founding fathers said it. The only way this country will fall is from within. That's it. No one's going to defeat us. I'm sorry, okay? If we go full out into war and we turn your country into glass, that's it. No one's defeating us. We can talk about, oh, we lost Iraq, we lost Afghanistan. Did we really lose it? Okay, it's a conflicting political agendas and unclear objectives, just like Vietnam, things like that, okay? I'm going to tell you, you can win every battle and still lose the war. We know that strategically, okay? I'm not getting into all that right now, but I'm just saying, 54 billion is the largest deficit ever. We spend 54 billion on our annual defense budget, something like that. Okay, a couple aircraft carriers and a bunch of tanks and stuff and aircraft, and we're in 54 billion. Heck, Elon Musk spends 54 billion on SpaceX. What are we talking about? We just said SpaceX is valued at 600 billion. One guy, one company. Come on. All right. Thank you for being here for my rant. I am Ben Pappas. Great to have you here. If you're new, awesome to have you here. Let's go. I don't even know where the hell I am right now. I'm going off on a tangent. Here we go. Next part. Let's keep looking here. Let's keep listening to this. Great night for Ukraine. This is a good one too. Let's watch this. Just saying. Another great one. Here we go.
Feeling the impact of Ukraine's strategy all year. And Russia has been feeling
all right, here we go.
money that the Kremlin needs to sustain the brutal invasion of
All right, I'm going to go a little bit more. I'm going to rewind real quick, okay? They're talking about the connection between the economy, the deficit, oil money, resources they need to continue the war in Ukraine. That's the pretext for this, the little, preamble, the forward here on this video. And then we're going to get into actually how Ukraine is attacking their most important vital interests and what they need. Okay, here we go.
The year has progressed. Take out Russia's oil, along with as much of its gas as possible, and you sap the money that the Kremlin needs to sustain the brutal invasion of Ukraine. Russia has been feeling the impact of Ukraine's strategy all year, and Ukraine just keeps on coming. In another great night for Ukraine, war has erupted deep inside Russia due to Ukraine's long-range weapons once again scoring direct hits on their targets. Vladimir Putin has just received the message loud and clear: nowhere in Russia is safe. On December 17th, the Kyiv Post reported that fires and explosions had occurred all over Russia in the wake of yet another long-range Ukrainian drone strike. Several cities were targeted, with two of the most important being Slavyansk on Kuban and the suburb of Yeysk in Krasnodar Krai during the early hours of the morning. Injuries have been sustained, as the emergency response center that serves the latter city claims. It says that at least 2 people have been injured, with 5 homes also being damaged.
Okay, so just think about strategically. We'll come back to this video in 1 second. But strategically, you saw the video there, right? You saw the map, how the drones went across the sea, okay? And then struck Russia in their own mainland territory, right? So strategically, they thought we're separated by water. We have dominance of the skies for traditional aircraft. The Russian military does is dominance of the skies. They have air domination, right? They have air control of the airspace, they think. But then drones change the game. They're so small, they fly low below radar. They fly in small swarms, hard to attack, hard to pick up. They're not that big. You've seen them, right? The size of a desk, maybe a little bigger for some of the more long-range ones, okay? And so Russia, thinking conventionally, before the drone warfare really started up, thought we're safe, we're good. But now Ukraine is hitting them in vital areas, gas refineries, oil refineries, pipelines, okay? Places where they thought they were strong. They're attacking the rear areas, the weak areas. Okay, I've heard this put before, and in the Marine Corps we talk about it. We try to illustrate ideas of maneuver warfare. Okay, and I'll give you a story. I'll never forget one time an officer teaching us about maneuver warfare. I believe it was one of my first battalion commanders, or maybe it might have been a gunnery sergeant. This gunny telling us too. I think it was a combination. the two of them telling it together. They said, okay, maneuver warfare and striking the weak areas is like finding the biggest, toughest person you have to fight in your neighborhood, and you pull them out to fight them, and they come out, like they're going to kick your ass. You know it already. And then you send people around to their house, and you start throwing rocks and breaking their windows during the fight. While you're just about to fight them, you send people to start, destroying their car, hitting their car with hammers, throwing rocks through their windows, messing up their house, and they hear it and they see it, and now they can't focus. Now they're like, oh, I fight you, but I got to go save the house, and they're confused now. They don't know what to do. Now he runs back to the house to make everyone run away from the house, and meanwhile you're closer, and you have more people to face him, right? Or maybe he's irrelevant. Maybe now he's left the area you want to dominate. That's maneuver warfare. You strike the weak areas. You cause confusion. You don't strike them in the surfaces, right? Surfaces and gaps. That's what they're doing with Ukraine. All right, let's keep on going. Let's keep watching this. And then we're going to drive on to Venezuela right after this one. And again, like, subscribe, share. Okay, if you think somebody would like this to join the live stream, please share, text them, tell them to come on. And we can have the more the merrier here. It'll be awesome. And here we go.
At City claims. It says that at least 2 people have been injured, with 5 homes also being damaged due to falling drone debris, though it appears that there are no deaths reported yet. These minor casualties weren't Ukraine's goal. Russia's oil and energy infrastructure was what Ukraine intended to hit, and hitting that infrastructure is precisely what Ukraine achieved on December 17th. Ukraine's successful strikes didn't escape the attention of Russia's non-mainstream media, as the Russian military blogger channel SHOT reported on the carnage that Ukraine caused. Citing local civilians, SHOT took to Telegram to explain just how encompassing Ukraine's attack on the Slaviansk district was. Local residents told SHOT that the attack lasted for at least 3 hours. They heard at least 18 explosions. Following the attack, a fire broke out at Slaviansk on Kuban. The channel also said that Russia's Ministry of Defense had claimed that the country's air defense forces managed to destroy 94 Ukrainian drones during the December 17th attack, with the only damage the channel reported being some minor damage to the Slaviansk power grid. So Russia claims that Ukraine's drone assault was unsuccessful. As is so often the case, Russia appears to be lying. Other reports emerging from the locations that Ukraine targeted claim that the country's drones scored direct hits on several targets, including at least one Russian oil refinery that uncoincidentally happens to be in the Slaviansk district, where drones have been sighted. Countering Russia's attempts to conceal the scale of the strike in Slaviansk, Ukraine's general staff also took to Telegram to explain what really happened in Slaviansk on Kuban. Far from a strike that injured a handful of civilians and broke a few windows in apartment buildings.
All right, this is really interesting. So just tune in really quickly here. This is interesting. They give the after-action report for what actually really happened deep inside Russia from the Ukrainian drone strikes.
Kuban. Far from a strike that injured a handful of civilians and broke a few windows in apartment buildings, Ukraine's attack targeted an oil refinery that is among the largest in Russia. On the night of December 17, 2025, units of the defense forces used deep strike weapons to strike the infrastructure of the Slaviansk oil refinery in the city of Slaviansk on Kuban in the Krasnodar region of Russia, the general staff confirmed. Before adding, explosions and a fire were also reported in the target area. The extent of damage to the facility is being assessed. The last statement reveals that nobody knows yet if the Slaviansk refinery has been taken offline by Ukraine's drones. However, the general staff accompanied his post with a photograph of that refinery in flames as evidence that Russia suffered from...
All right, so there we go. So we see Russians are lying once more about, just what the damage was to them and all those things like that. But then you have counter propaganda, really not propaganda, evidence being put out that the Ukrainians actually struck this oil refinery and they showed it in flames. So who's telling the truth? I mean, I think when you have news reports, photographs, satellite imagery that supports what the Ukrainians are saying, then we got to go with them 100%. Okay, so let's answer some questions here. Next, we're going to get into Venezuela. Venezuela, U.S. strategy in Venezuela, how we are escalating. We're at acts of war at this point, okay? A total blockade of Venezuela, total blockade of their oil tankers. This is an act of war right now. And so things have escalated. We're going to get into that next. And then after that, we're going to hit the Epstein files, okay? And after the Epstein files, if we're going to deep dive the Epstein files, there's a lot to talk about, okay? So stick around for that as well, too. Like I said, like, comment, subscribe, share, all those things like that, especially subscribe. I've seen so many people that are watching but that are not subscribed. It helps out the channel. and it helps us to spread the mission a bit more, and will also help us to get increasingly bigger guests as well as we're doing more and more interviews and things like that on Mondays. So I'd appreciate that. And then share if you think somebody would like this live stream. Go ahead and share that as well too. Let me hit some of these questions. Let's see. Okay, Ben, check out Navy's Lucas drone. Very, very similar to Ukraine. Okay, Doc, I'll check that out. Paul, we probably get housefly robotics with deadly. maybe, man. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Thank you, Sue. Okay, what's my thought on... Ooh, let me see this. Arminius? Hold on, I'm going to have to switch this over. Okay, let me see. My thoughts on Arminius. I don't know. Arminius? Super Slam, I don't know. I don't know about that. That's something I'm not familiar with. I'll have to look at that. Okay, let's see. Again, thank you. Appreciate it, Doc. Grand Bear, Poland is tougher and better equipped than Ukraine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying exactly, Grand Bear, you got it. That's what we're seeing. And Poland is bristling. Poland has been getting their stuff together for years now. Obviously, with the Russia, they're right there. They're right there with Russia. They've been seeing what's going on. I think probably even before the annexation of Crimea, Poland was like, never again. We're never going to have another Nazi Germany thing. We're not going to let Russia roll in here. Nothing. We're going to be strong. We're going to take care of business. And I think you're right about that. 100%. Thank you, Lisa. Definitely hit that like button, everybody. I appreciate it. That helps out the channel as well, too. Phoenix, so many bully countries. Can humans not just accept long-established borders and trade resources? Yeah. It apparently will never end. I don't know, Phoenix. It's a hard thing. You're right, though. Imagine we all work for the common good and flourish. I'm Pollyanna. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, Tim, I want to armchair quarterback this entire situation. Naive, I know. Yeah, I mean, I think you can. You can try to armchair quarterback it a bit as much as you want. It's just definitely a hard one to make calls on because war can go in so many directions, right? We just never know exactly what the outcome's going to be. Becky, did you know that Drew Carey was in the Marines? And does that give you hope that you might be chosen? I hope so. That'd be great. You put in the good word for me. I'll host The Price is Right. The Price is Wrong. That's what what's it? Adam Sandler when he says that. Price is wrong, bitch. I nerd out on drones. Me too. I love that stuff. All right, guys. God bless Drew Carey. Show some respect. Did Drew Carey die? Did he die? I don't even know. I'm behind the times over here. I'll have to check it out. All right, let's get on to the next thing. We are going to hit Venezuela next. Deep diving into Venezuela. So, what is going on in Venezuela? Well, the update with Venezuela right now is that the Trump administration is doing a total blockade of Venezuelan oil tankers. Okay, so it's not just anymore seizing one oil tanker. We are blockading them in. And the reason to do that, all right, is to really choke them off. We're choking them off without doing direct combat, without striking them. We're really trying to hurt them in their resources, to choke off the money supply, choke off the energy supply, okay, but especially the money supply, actually, for the Maduro regime, so that eventually he capitulates and gives us what we want. What we are trying to do, my opinion, is regime change. But don't ask me, don't take my word for it. Ask Susie Wiles from the White House, who in an interview with Vanity Fair said that Trump is trying to hit these drug boats in order to make Maduro blink, make Maduro quit, basically, okay? And I had some comments, too, and address some comments I had on a few of my shorts from this week, because you guys know I put out anywhere from 20 to 30 shorts every week. And in one of the videos, someone said, it's never been about the drugs, not about the drugs, it's about the oil. All of these things are true. It is about the oil. It is about regime change. It is about Western Hemisphere dominance, right? Grand strategy. It's about that. It's also about the drugs, though, too, because the drugs, just like the cartels in Colombia and Mexico, Maduro gets money from this, okay? And he facilitates cartels that are throughout South America because he has a big army, okay? And he can support them. So all these things are lifeblood for Maduro, okay? what we don't like. Let's frame it basically. Basic things, what we don't like. We don't like Russia, China, Iran being in our backyard and having a foothold in Venezuela. We don't want that, okay? And so when they provide him with weapons and advisors and all these things like that, this goes back, it harkens back to the day of Ronald Reagan being president, okay? And of when we invaded Grenada, we invaded Panama, all those situations, and we're going to cover that here in a few minutes, so stick with me. We're going to deep dive the situation in Venezuela and go deeper than the surface and learn what are some of the open but hidden truths. What are some of the hidden truths and some of the secrets to this whole thing, right? Let's go ahead and watch this first video and deep dive in. And put all your questions in the chat as we go, and I will hit them as we go, okay? We're going to open up with Victor Davis Hanson, a brilliant man, strategist, professor, writer, great thinker, about the connection of history in South America and U.S. politics and U.S. grand strategy, okay? He's going to talk about Grenada, Panama, and Venezuela and how history maybe doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Okay, let's watch this. Again, put your questions in the chat, and we will discuss them.
The Maduro government, the communist government in Venezuela, its days are numbered, so the media says. In other words, Donald Trump is trying to put pressure on Maduro and get rid of him because he canceled the last election through fraud. And then we've had, in addition, about 7 or 8 million Venezuelans leaving. And he not only sends drugs to the United States, he organizes the cartels and helps them in other adjoining Latin American countries. And he emptied his jails and prisons and said, go to the United States, basically cause as much havoc. So we have grounds to want him out. Should we invade? That's another question. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. There are war drums beating about the United States and the Trump administration's interdiction of narco-trafficking maritime shipments to the United States, which we're destroying. Recently, we pulled over on the high seas a large tanker that had illicit oil from Iran that was exporting it to embargoed countries. And it's a general picture that the Maduro government, the communist government in Venezuela, its days are numbered, so the media says. In other words, Donald Trump is trying to put pressure on Maduro and get rid of him because he canceled the last election through fraud, and Mr. Urrutia, who had been elected, was unfairly denied the victory. And then we've had, in addition, about 7 or 8 million Venezuelans leaving, and he not only sends drugs to the United States, he organizes the cartels and helps them in other adjoining Latin American countries.
So I just want to say, I'm going to stop this right there really quickly, okay? Because I hear a lot of things in comments, and people, they love to pop off in the comments and say things, you know, it's never about the drugs, it's about the oil, it's this and that. People like to think they know it's just a singular factor for why we're doing what we're doing, okay? Some people say it's a big distraction to distract from the Epstein files, okay? I'm just saying. Some people say it's not the drugs, it's the oil. Some people say it's definitely geopolitics and grand strategy. But you can see in a person like Victor Davis Hanson, highly respected strategist, okay? Highly respected historian. He is well peer-reviewed. His books were on the reading lists for the U.S. Marine Corps, for lots of universities. He writes fantastic articles and books, and he's, you know, very thoughtful, very well researched. He's not just going to say something, but you can see he's bringing up multiple angles to this, okay? And if you guys didn't know this about me personally, I led seminars, graduate level seminars down at the Marine Corps War College, Marine Corps Command and Staff College, as, you know, more or less, you know, an instructor there, not a full professor, but I had a full professor that was my teaching partner. I was a leadership department head, but I taught strategy and I taught operational planning, and would look at, you know, military operational planning and look at these problems, and we would discuss all these things, okay? And so what I can tell you is that it's never just one factor. There is one priority interest at stake for sure, okay? But it's usually a compilation of several factors, okay? And several interests. Usually there's one primary interest, but there are two or three other, other interests as well that are process interests as well, that are interested in how the process takes place. How does the operation carried out? How does it make you look? Okay, so not just the results in Venezuela, but how does it make you look at home for your base, for your political wasta, your political strength, all these things like that, okay? Let's keep on listening to what he has to say because he's going to go into the comparison of Grenada and the invasion of Panama and the historical pretext, the historical precedence for why we're going to Venezuela, okay? And is there historical precedence for the United States to go down to South America and do this thing? Let's take a look, okay? And the answer is yes. The answer is definitely yes. And he's going to paint that out and we'll discuss it. He's going to paint this picture for us.
Organizes the cartels and helps them in other adjoining Latin American countries. And he emptied his jails and prisons and said, go to the United States, basically cause as much havoc. So we have grounds to want him out. Should we invade? That's another question. Let's go back for a second to the 1983 invasion of Grenada. It was somewhat similar. Ronald Reagan had just been in office for 2 years, and it came to his notice that a medical school there may or may not have been taken over by communists. Americans couldn't leave freely. But the main issue was that the Castro communist government of Cuba, and the Cubans had a pretty formidable reputation because as expatriate mercenaries, they were fighting as an expeditionary force under pay in Angola. And so there was this idea they were pretty tough and they had taken over the island of Grenada, and this was going to be a progression, a domino, which we would see other Caribbean nations shocked by Cuba. And Reagan wanted to send a message, don't ever think you're going to take over the Caribbean. So we invaded. The invasion didn't go very well.
Okay, so did you guys hear that? Right? For me, this was big when I watched this, that Reagan wanted to send a message. Don't you even think about trying to own the Caribbean. Okay? Is that happening today? I think so. Now, are there other factors? Yes. Is the distraction from at home, unrest at home, a factor? I think so. Yes, of course. But grand strategy, if you will go down in history as a failure as a president if you allowed Russia, China, Iran to establish a major foothold in South America if you knew about it and you did nothing. And Trump's ego is too big. His ego is too big to let that happen. In some ways, the ego pays off, right? So, I'm just saying. So President Reagan did it. Send a message. We invaded to send a message. Kick them out. Teach them a lesson. Don't ever come here again. Or you're going to pay the price because we will do something about it. Okay? Let's keep watching. There's a lot to be considered here.
Ever think you're going to take over the Caribbean. So we invaded. The invasion didn't go very well. People were using a pay phone to call the Pentagon to coordinate. It shocked us so much that it led to the Reagan reforms in the military and buildup that corrected the problems. But my point is this, Grenada was a little tiny island and there was no adjoining neighbors. It was easily supplied by sea. There was no bound borders that people could flee back and forth across and come into. Another American invasion in Latin America, these are Monroe Doctrine type enforcements, was the 1989 George H.W. Bush invasion of Panama. This was very much more similar to Venezuela. Panama was a key U.S. interest because, of course, the government had been given by us the Panama Canal, and the elections had been suspended, and the elected president and prime minister had been removed by Colonel Noriega, General Noriega, I should say, and he had created a police narco state. In fact, he had been indicted in the United States.
Okay, so we can all see that there's historical precedence for us going to South America okay, and ejecting a dictator or ejecting, let's just call it what it is, a leader that was not right for U.S. interests, okay? Someone who wasn't playing ball for U.S. interests. And trust me, I'm a Marine Corps officer, right? Retired, once Marine, always Marine. I'm not over here saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying by interests and by strategy, by national interests, that this is why these things happen, why they are thinking about it. These are the major reasons, okay? So, we can paint a picture of lots of different other things like, oil. Do we really need their oil? No, we really don't. Okay, but it is the largest, okay? This is the largest oil reserve in the world. I believe it's 300 billion barrels of oil. Okay, and we're going to see that in a minute. So he's painting a good reason why there was precedence for going into Grenada, into Panama. I think we lost around 25 or 30 personnel in Panama. I remember personally, I knew a Navy SEAL who was in a firefight there, and his lieutenant was killed right in front of him, okay, on the airstrip to try to destroy Noriega's plane so he couldn't escape. Okay, and so the SEALs went there, a SEAL platoon went there, and they were told to basically put a grenade in the engine of each plane, not just to shoot it with a sniper rifle, which is what the plan was by the guys on the ground, of course. But they were told from higher command, put a grenade in there. And so, of course, they took a casualty when they opened up with machine gun fire because they had the airfield guarded. And so they lost a Navy SEAL lieutenant. SEAL lieutenant was killed on the airfield there. Okay, and so so all these things were happening, right? But there is historical precedent. Let's keep watching this for a second. This gets really good. Again, after we do this, we're going into the Epstein files, and we're going to take a little short break right after this, just for a word from our sponsors. We're going to go into the Epstein files, and then we're going to hit the UFOs, okay? And then South Park leadership, all that stuff, okay? We're going to hit UFO update as well, too, but the Epstein files will be amazing. Let's keep going. I've got a couple more videos for Venezuela as well, too, but we want to deep dive this because it really, really is a huge impact. We could be going to full-out war, as I said last Saturday, okay, Saturday night. Trump announced ground operations are starting soon. He seems to have backed off on that a little bit, but we don't know. Again, if you combine the philosophy, or you combine the thought and the strategy that to create a distraction, what better distraction than this, right? So
it created a police narco state. In fact, he had been indicted in the United States. He was doing exactly what Maduro was: cancel the elections, reject the legitimate elected officials, keep your position of power through drug money and paying bribes to the military, the oligarchy, through sales of drugs to the United States, and then invite in foreign interests like the Russians in this case, or the Cubans in the Grenada case, or in the case of Venezuela, maybe the Iranians, Russians, and Chinese, and stir up the pot against the United States. Both those invasions were successful. Panama went on for about 30 days. We lost 23 soldiers. The left was very angry about it here in the United States. It was kind of a Yankee go home mantra we heard. But are those good examples by which we can forecast what would happen if we were to take that ultimate step in Venezuela? I don't think so. Venezuela is the 5th largest country in South America by size and the 5th largest by population. It's not a Panama, it's not a Grenada. It's got 30 million people. It's got a large military. It's probably corrupt, and they probably would like to see him go. But nevertheless, if we were to use ground troops, that would be a mess. And I understand, more importantly, it's not like Panama and Grenada in terms of wealth. Venezuela, believe it or not, has the largest oil reserves in the world, 300 billion barrels, and large amounts, one of the largest large amounts of natural gas, probably the largest, one of the top 5 largest natural gas. In other words, it's something that the world is looking at. And for the United States to go in there and have a ground removal, I think would be unwise at this point. So what would be the alternative? It's sort of what we're doing now. We're isolating all drug shipments, illegal transportation of embargoed oil out of Venezuela. It's kind of a quasi blockade dash embargo, and they're going to tighten the screws. What is different about this strategy from Grenada and Panama is there is a viable opposition that in Venezuela that I think most people would say represents the majority of the people. And these are candidates that were barred by the Maduro government. And if we ratchet up the pressure and cut off the supply of illicit oil exports and illicit drugs and just keep him tense, I think we can solve the problem without an invasion. Finally, a land invasion.
Okay, so you can hear it there. And I think, what he's going to go on and say, a land invasion is not a good idea. But you can hear how he's saying there's a viable opposition right now in Venezuela, that if we keep the pressure up, we keep up the pressure, that it's going to solve the problem by itself. But a land invasion there, and I see, Doc, your question about the terrain there. And you're right, Doc. Hegemonic power in the Western Hemisphere is not a bad thing at all, in my opinion. Love this guy. Yeah, I agree with you. No, dominance of Western Hemisphere has always been our policy. And Trump's national security strategy that I talked about last Friday now highlights that China is no longer the number one threat and number one issue. Western Hemisphere is, okay? Being strong at home, being strong in our part of the world is the main thrust and the main focus for the Trump administration. So we talked about the 300 billion barrels of oil, largest oil reserve in the world. Now, we talked about last Friday too, this largely being heavy crude oil, right? This thick, sludgy stuff. It's not the medium, oily looking, the clear, not clear, but, black, easily flowing, or the light, sweet crude oil. This is the heavy crude oil that needs a lot of refinement, where our refineries in Texas and in California are made for this stuff, okay? So could we take that tanker and use it? Yeah, we could. We have refineries for those. And as we talked about last Friday, these things you can't just pop up overnight, right? These take significant investment, lots of engineering to grow these, and it's not an easy thing to do, okay? And I do believe that, a ground war there, it's just going to be so costly. And we really have to look at for what? What is the end state? If it's just to get Maduro out, there are lots of ways to do that. And also without striking them, right? We put in an opposition leader. We have an off-ramp for Maduro. Okay, do whatever they want to do with them. They can bring him to justice. The Venezuelans can decide what to do with them. But what we're looking for, I think, gone are the days of us trying to democratize all these countries and make them like us, like little Americas. Very costly, very dangerous. Culture matters. These ideas don't fit in these countries a lot of the times, okay? And so going in, though, and actually letting them rule their country the way they want to, administer justice to Maduro the way they see fit. And then what we're really looking for is, A, stop being close to Russia, China, and Iran. B, make sure the energy arrangements are with us, okay? And C, make sure you understand that we're partner number one, okay? And play with our rules. That's what we're looking for. And if you do all that, then we're going to bring big business agreements. We're going to make sure you're protected. We're going to make sure you're safe, all these things like that, okay? And by the way, stop the drug flow into our country, which is a national security threat for us, okay? We got to stop that. As Victor Davis Hanson said, and it may have, maybe you didn't hear this part, but Maduro definitely did release a lot of people from his prisons and say, go up to the United States and cause havoc. Go up there, and supporting drug cartels, not just his own country, but other places as well too. All right, let's keep going. Let's watch this next video. But there's a lot to consider here, and I wanted to bring that to you guys so we understand deeply what the situation is in Venezuela, what the potential strategy is, why we're doing it, okay, and why we should care. Why we should care as Americans, okay? And again, in light of all this nut show, like I said, this is a nut show. We got the Epstein files being released. We got war in Ukraine with Russia. We got, possible major war going to happen in Venezuela. I'm hoping not. And I think someone like Victor Davis Hanson, people listen to him, okay? Advisors listen to what he says, and generals listen to him. Advisors, political advisors, and they will listen to what this man is saying, okay? And he says we don't need to do that for a lot of reasons. So let's keep on. Let's look at this next video. Actually, I've got a little map I want to share. Let's take a look at where are these oil refineries and these oil fields. Okay, so you can see here in red is their biggest oil reserve. Okay, and that's off the Puerto Jose and Puerto La Cruz. Okay, that's a little bit southeast. It's more in the mountainous and jungle region right there. All right, and you see the pipelines that stretch from the more rugged terrain where the deep oil reserves are, okay, the oil fields, all the way to the coast where they fill the tankers and they go. And then you see some other ones that are off to the western side, off to the west of Caracas in Venezuela. And again, these are some more sporadic, spread out oil fields and oil reserves there. And again, the pipelines go to the refinery in Amoy and again to the tankers and they ship them off. Okay. So again, not getting into the business of conquest, we can just have arrangements with them that you're going to do business with us, stop doing business with Iran and China. And then things can be good. I think that's what we're looking for our overall interests. So do we need to invade? No. In order to meet our interests? No, I don't think we do. I think, as Victor Davis Hanson said, we choke them off enough. We show that we're serious enough. We cause enough pain, enough pressure through, cutting off the oil supply, the oil shipments, putting pressure on them. They're going to know we're serious. They're going to make their own changes at home. Okay. That's what I believe. That's what I'm hoping for. That's a diplomatic solution. That's a solution that is letting them, decide to come to our side rather than us going in there slamming people. I don't know why President Trump said ground operations are going to begin soon. I don't think there's a good reason to do ground operations right now there. Unless new intelligence comes out, I will tell you this. If intelligence comes out that says there are Russian missiles stationed there, Russian missiles, Chinese missiles, Iranian missiles, all there aimed at the U.S., then there's no real reason to go there and do this. Or they have, threats. They start shooting our ships and blowing our ships up. There's another story. Okay. So let's see. We're going to see. Okay. Moving on to the next one. I want to share that with you guys. Moving on to the next little video here that I think is going to be really good for this. This is about the oil blockade. Just came out 2 days ago. But there's a total oil blockade.
Just breaking right now across the wires, President Trump is ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela, saying that the armada around Venezuela will only get bigger, and that the Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization, crossing on all the wires coming from the Trump administration and the president himself, a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela. As we look at some of those drug boat takeouts, that's a significant move around the country of Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, Brett, it's incredibly disturbing. I think this is why you're seeing members of Congress on both sides of the aisle coming forward and saying, we need to understand a little bit more about what the posture is and what the reasoning and rationale is. It's one of the reasons why we have checks and balances in this country, and why the legislative branch is so involved when there is a decision to go to potentially invade or even potentially go to war with another country. So lots of questions here. I think that President Trump, I know he's speaking to the country tomorrow night, addressing the nation. I think it's very important that he.
Yeah, and that didn't go so well, I didn't think, when he addressed the nation. I don't think it was all that great, okay? So I'm just going to say that. But I'm just scanning through this, make sure we're not missing anything that crucial there. Okay, I got one more video for you guys on this as well that I want us to check out. And we'll talk a little bit more about it. We covered a lot of the major points with Victor Davis Hanson for sure. Okay. And, but I think this is going to be a good one as well. Get a little more in depth about this blockade.
President Trump is now taking the already boiling tension with the Venezuelan president to a new level now, ordering a, quote, total and complete blockade on
And I'm
sanctioned
also trying to
oil
get you guys to
tankers
see
in
multiple
and out
sources from
of
CNN
Venezuela.
and Fox.
He says that's going to be backed by a quote-unquote armada of U.S. ships in the region. The specific wording of Trump's announcement may allow for more wiggle room than his blockade threat suggests, but he's definitely trying to escalate things even further. It comes after the U.S. Coast Guard seized this ship. We've been showing you this video since last week off of Venezuela's coast. The new threat is now intended to hit right at the heart of the Venezuelan economy, its massive oil reserves. The president, it appears, is also trying to turn the focus back to the Caribbean and back to his agenda, announcing a primetime speech from the White House tonight. One thing he's likely trying to turn the focus away from, that explosive Vanity Fair interview with his chief of staff, Susie Wiles. People still trying to wrap their heads around what was said on the record in this lengthy series of interviews. One of the more and many eyebrow-raising things about was what that was said was about those strikes on alleged drug boats off the coast of Venezuela. The Trump administration has maintained that those strikes are aimed at stopping drugs from reaching the United States. But Susie Wiles says on the record now that they're more about the country's leader, saying that Trump, quote, wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. CNN's Elena Treen is live at the White House for us this morning. About that blockade, what are you hearing?
Yeah, and what a stunning quote that was from Susie Wiles, particularly.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, do we think that is that a stunning quote? Is that a stunning quote? Okay, poll time. Poll time. Is this a stunning quote? Is that a stunning quote from Susie Wiles? Oh, wow. We want to keep on blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle. Okay, I think it's stunning that she would say that, but is it surprising that the boat strikes are aimed at Maduro? Tell me what you guys think. Okay? What do you guys think? Is it surprising that the boat strikes are aimed at Maduro? I think it's surprising she said that, right? It's not her place to say that. But is it surprising that that's what we're trying to do? Of course we're trying to. Of course. Oh my God, it's aimed at the leader. What the hell do you think's going on? These people, it's unfreaking believable, man. Honestly, they act so dumb. Naive. They act naive and dumb. He's the leader of the country that we're blockading, we're seizing their oil vessels. No shit. Of course. That's right. Damn it. I'm good with these polls now. Damn it. Yeah, I agree. Doc, I agree with you. It's just, she's so like country, honestly. It's very funny. No, make him cry, uncle. Like, it's so old school. It's just like, I mean, it wasn't her place to say that. She should have been, more professional. She shouldn't have said anything, honestly. She should have said, we have to take it up with the president. I'm not sure. I support the president's agenda. She should have done what they all do. But they open their mouths. They get big, too big for their britches, too big for their, too big for their britches, and they get in trouble. So they speak up and say stupid things. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's not. Is that surprising? No, it's not surprising. Of course that's what we're trying to do. I just don't understand it. Oh my God. Do you believe that? Can you believe that they're shooting people and they think they're going to die? Yeah, that's what happens in war, right? It's unbelievable. So, who else are they directed at? Who is it directed at? The cartels? Well, we just said Maduro is the leader of the cartels. We established that. Cartel de los Soles. Okay? And I've heard from all these other people, hey, did you know? Again, people, they're big pop-up targets. They pop up all the time in the comments in my shorts I put out. But, the CIA established the Cartel de los Soles, and they were the ones responsible. The CIA is like responsible for everything, according to a lot of people. I've worked with these guys. A lot of them I think are really good. Okay, like any intelligence agency, they do some shadowy things. But anyway, did they prop up Cartel de los Soles? Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Another thing to chat about. Let's put it in there. Get your votes in. Get your votes in right now. Is it surprising? No. I got a smart audience. Boy, you guys are smart. You guys are smart, and I'm going to ask you another one. Okay, did the CIA, because I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I said I would research this. Did the CIA establish or create, let's just say create, the Cartel de los Soles? And forgive me if I'm murdering the Spanish. I'm doing my best. Did they create it? You guys tell me honestly. You don't have to be like, well, Ben likes the CIA, so we're not going to say anything. I just, I've worked with them. I know people in them and in there and all that stuff. And so, I have a certain opinion. But it's not to say that they don't have some programs that are wacky. I've heard of these programs, right? And so I understand where people are coming from. Conspiracy theories. Okay, 100% yes. 50%, 4 and 4. No, I'm watching it real time as we develop, as this poll develops. Let's see. Tim Burke, Ben, your polls are going to be cited on mainstream. I know. Right. Tim, I'm going to be indicted. They're going to pull me in. Did you or did you not know about this? I'm like, I don't know. I was just doing research. It's all here on YouTube. Bullshit. Liar. Use fine. And they'll be getting slapped around. Hey, and I tell you guys how much I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for letting me do what I love. I appreciate your support. Appreciate you guys being here. It's really inspiring to, see the reactions and to see you guys, in the chat and all that stuff. So, and please like, subscribe, share, do all those things. Okay. It helps out the channel. Comment. Yeah, I hear you, Phoenix, but, yeah, I know, Lisa. All right, let's get to this next one. I got another one here. And then we got the Epstein files coming up very soon. And we're going to deep dive the new release of the Epstein files. Okay. Let's see here. And actually, let me see. Okay. Actually, right now, we are going to hear a quick word from our sponsor. Okay. Quick word from our sponsor. Fantastic sponsor. As always, we have the Ben Pappas Company. God bless them for sponsoring our show and for supporting us all the way. And I'll tell you this, okay? So the new year is coming. It's upon us. The holidays are here, right? Christmas is right around the corner. Hanukkah's here. Everything's out there. Kwanzaa, everything else you can celebrate under the sun is here, okay? Holiday season is here. The new year is right here. So many people write New Year's resolutions, and a lot of the times people quit them within the first 30 days, even 2 weeks, okay? Because they don't have an accountability circle, a place where they can be held accountable of supportive people that are all trying to get ahead. And if you don't have an accountability circle, you don't have people supporting you, well, I've got one for you in my Ferocious Optimist community and coaching membership, okay? I'm going to take you guys into a place right now. I'm going to show you how to access it. It's in the link in my bio and YouTube. And you go ahead and click the link in my bio, and I'm going to take you there right now so you can see it, because you're going to get monthly group coaching sessions with me. You can replay the sessions as much as you want. You're also, if you join now, going to have access to the total vault, the complete library and vault of all past sessions of the past year, okay, and all my presentations I coach from, okay, which you don't get in these lives in YouTube, right? But really well done PowerPoint presentations, PDFs you can download. You can rewatch the videos, the coaching videos. You can be in the community. I'll coach you from the DMs, right? We have a private community chat that's Q&A. We have challenges. We have a leaderboard. They're weekly challenges to help you get ahead, to help you hold yourself accountable, to achieve your goals. And then also, I will work with you through the DMs, okay? Direct messaging right to me on a daily basis to help you stay on track. But and I'm going to show you guys how to get in here really quickly. All right? I did it last week. It was pretty cool. So I think you will get something out of this. All right, so here we are in the YouTube channel, right? This is my homepage. You go ahead, you click on more, okay? All this description comes up. You go down to membership and community down here. You click on this, and it will take you into... It will take you right here into my webpage where my community and membership is. Okay. And so what you do is you go ahead and you scroll down, and you can go ahead and click on this video, and watch this video to learn more. And this is also where you can join. There is a $87.99 per month option, okay, monthly payment. Or as I just had someone just join yesterday, you can get 2 months free and pay $8.79 for the whole year, okay? And you get all these things I'm talking about. But let me take you inside the membership in the community, okay? Before I was telling you about it, but I'm like, why am I doing this? I have a video I can show them, and you guys can actually watch this. And this is from the link in my bio. And in the membership itself, let's see if this will work, okay? And so this is like a 4-minute video, okay? So listen to it, watch it. You know, if you got to go to the bathroom, whatever, that's fine too. But I'm saying you got to take a look at what we're doing in this community, this membership. It's super cool. Check this out, okay? All right, everybody, welcome. So glad you decided to click and learn more about my coaching membership and community. I think you're going to get a ton out of it, okay? This is the place we're going to help you to make a breakthrough from where you are now to where you want to be, to go ahead and get ahead. And my Ferocious Optimist community is going to be there along the way to support you, help you grow, help you stay on track, help you keep your mindset strong, help you to get back off the ground if you get knocked down at any time, okay? And it's a great supportive community that's going to be there for you, whether you have questions or you need support. You get the challenges, weekly and monthly challenges after the coaching session. Then there's a coaching session, the live coaching session each and every month. That's going to go for about an hour. Then plus Q&A, I stay for as long as you want to stay there for Q&A, usually about 30 or 45 minutes afterwards. And I post all of that in the members area and in the community. So let's go ahead and check this out right now. Let's jump into the members area and take a look what it looks like inside. So you get the actual experience of what it's like to be a member inside my coaching membership and community. Here we go. All right, you can see this was session 1 right here, the live coaching call with me. And some of the notes I have here to please download the membership success path PDF and review it. Click resources button to access. So let's do that right now. Okay, and this is my membership success path. Okay, this is how I describe to you exactly how I want you to succeed and the change and transformation that I want to see you make. Okay, the different stages you have to go through in order to have achieved the objectives that I want you to achieve within the membership. So you'll know when you've achieved everything you need to achieve within the membership, all the way through stage 1, 2, 3, and 4, until you're absolutely in orbit and you're mastering life. Okay. And so it's not just like an infinite membership. You can stay as long as you want. Hopefully you stay for your lifetime, but there definitely are objectives that I want you to meet. Okay. And I clearly define those. And I walk you through in session 1, which you can replay anytime you want. I walk you through in session 1, just exactly how we create that transformation and through the success path and what all of those goals and objectives are along the way. So let's go ahead and take a look at this right now. Okay. You can see here, this is the coaching membership. As I'm doing a coaching session, using a presentation to coach from as well too. Okay. And then the Q&A, of course, afterwards. All right. And we'll jump into the next month. All right. Session 2. Here are some of the notes. Topics covered: daily morning routine for focus and energy, daily planning and execution. Okay. Let's jump inside the coaching call itself. This is the Q&A towards the end. And you can see here we are talking about different focus areas, going through the actual presentation. You can see I'm coaching in the little window up here. Okay. So this is what it's like inside the actual membership when you do the live coaching call with me. All right. And then the great thing is that you have unlimited replay. You can replay this as many times as you want. Go in here, the membership. Let's say you didn't understand something. You go ahead and click in here, go ahead and check it out, and then go inside the resources button. And you can actually download the PDF, the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation I used. Here's session 2 that I used to coach from. Okay. I try to use some humor in there as well too. It's a great time. We have a fun time. All right. I don't think any other coach does this, where they give you the actual presentation that they're using in order to create the transformation in the coaching call. They don't give you the presentation that they're using to coach from, to teach from. But I do that for you because I want you to be able to go back. I want you to go back and be able to replay this and learn as much as possible. Okay. So that's one of the great things about this membership, is that you have unlimited replay in the video, unlimited replay in the presentation, as much as you want. Download it, look at it. You're going to get downloadable content such as the success path PDF that's in there. Also a discipline and habit tracker, among other downloadable content that I post from different sessions. Okay. So in a nutshell, that is it within the membership itself. And I'm so glad that you came here and that you took a look inside. I know this is going to be a great membership for you. Inside the community itself, let's go ahead and take a look there now as well. All right. So we go ahead and click over into the community, take a look, and you're getting to see a little behind the scenes peek from my coach's site. Okay. And this is the actual community itself. And you can see here, I've got some motivating things, and there's a challenge posted as well to do the 80-20 rule, some of the different posts from different people within the community. Okay. You can see it's a pretty lively community, people posting a lot of different things. We have different challenges that are posted as well too. Join the weekly and monthly challenges. They're going to help you get ahead. One of them is we have a goals progress report, checking on your goals, doing breath work, 1 week of no fear, all these different things, weeks of rest. Okay. And so there's also a leaderboard too that you can post that you can get points for. Okay. You can see right now I happen to be at the top of the leaderboard, which is good since I'm the leader and the founder, but sometimes people get ahead of me, which is awesome. So there's a friendly little competition along the way. Who can have the most interaction, who's accomplishing the most in the challenges, who's supporting everyone the most. Okay. Up here, you've got some of the announcements. I will announce the live coaching session 1 week ahead of time, a day ahead of time, and then usually the morning of, and then 1 hour before, and actually when we start. So plenty of reminders to make sure that you don't miss a single coaching session as well. And all righty, we are back in action, everyone. Fantastic. I'm glad you had a chance to see that video, and I made it. And so I figured I'd play it for you guys. And it gives you a great insight, though. And so that's what I have going on. Please join my coaching membership, my community. Okay. I also have a YouTube membership as well that I'm going to really start putting content into as well. My Ferocious Optimist coaching membership and community, the video you just saw, okay, that's $87.99 per month. Again, you go click the link in my YouTube bio, okay, and you can go ahead and go to that page I just showed you. You can click around, learn everything about it. It'll give you all the more details than, it gives you everything the video has, and the video is also there. And then it gives you more you can read about, okay? And if you have any questions, you can also just write to me, okay, at ben@benpappas.com. Again, ben@benpappas.com for any questions, any feedback, anything at all, okay? And if you're looking to work with me as a one-on-one coaching client, you can go to that same link in my YouTube, okay, in my YouTube bio, and book a no fee, that means free, okay, discovery and strategy session with me. And we can talk about a strategy that will take you from where you are now to where you want to be. Work on whatever it is that's important right now in your life. Okay. I work with entrepreneurs. I work with people building their businesses. I also work with, people just in their careers or people who are stuck, whether it's leadership coaching, executive leadership coaching in business, or it's life coaching. I do that as well too. Okay. On a one-on-one basis, and we can discuss a program that'll work for you. But check out the links in my bio. It's all there. ben@benpappas.com is my email. You can also go to www.benpappas.com. Again, www.benpappas.com to go ahead and see all my offerings and things as well. And again, follow me on Instagram if you're not following me on Instagram. If you're not subscribed to here, please subscribe to the channel. Please, it helps me out. It helps out the channel. It helps me to spread my message. The purpose of this channel is to upgrade your life, okay? And please comment and share. If you think someone's going to get something out of this, and we're about to jump into the Epstein files. I'm getting all fired up for it. Okay, we're going to get in there. And then we have UFOs. After that, UFO update. Big stuff going on with UFOs as well, too. We got this whole next half of the live is going to be incredible. Okay, followed by the comedy section with South Park and some bloopers and good stuff like that. Okay, all right. Share this. Tell people to come on in. We're about to get crazy again and get it going. Here we go. Definitely, Doc, you got to join for sure. I'd love you to join. Okay. Yeah, definitely. That sounds great. Go ahead and click on and join whenever you're ready. And yeah, awesome, Becky. Please do email me soon. Okay. That's okay. You can just however you want to do it. That's awesome. I look forward to hearing from you. Hey, I appreciate it, Tim. Thanks, Tim. That's great. Yeah, we did a lot of breath work. We did some big breath work and trance and visualization before we started our planning process yesterday. Again, that was a great session. I appreciate you saying that, Tim. Thank you. Let's get it going. All right, guys, here we go. Ben Palapis, is that what you said? My name wasn't shortened. It's Ben Pappas. That's as far as I know. All right, guys, here we go. We're about to kick this off. Things are getting serious right now. We're going to jump into the Epstein files, okay? The plot thickens. The plot thickens, okay? They had a midnight tonight deadline to release the Epstein files in totality, okay? So around 4 p.m. today, the DOJ released around 100,000 files. They think by midnight tonight, they're on the East Coast time, midnight tonight, they're going to reach upwards of 300,000 files. We don't know, but that's what they think, okay? So we're going to deep dive into this right now. What is new that's come out? What's new this week? Because the Democrats have been slowly dripping and leaking new things. We have that here. And then what else has been leaked out over the past few hours? We're going to talk a little bit about that. What can we expect to see? All right. And then what does it all mean? What does it mean for our country? What does it mean for you? What does it mean for our faith in the system? Okay. Major problems politically over these Epstein files. Why? Because the lack of transparency. That's why. Why is Elon Musk? I told you in the beginning, Elon Musk is connected to all of this. Okay. How is he connected? It's not that he's in the Epstein files. That's not it. The reason why he's connected is that Elon Musk is a major proponent of transparency. Why does he own X? Why does he own, 300,000. 300,000. That's what they said, Sue. And 300,000 pages, okay? Like files, pages, items, all those things. He is a big pusher of transparency and allowing people to have freedom of speech and all those things, okay? Of efficiency, transparency, all of that. Now, is he perfect? No, but he's connected to this in many ways, okay? Obviously, he was the first one to break out officially from the administration and say Trump is in the Epstein files. Remember that? Remember that outburst? Tim, I know you remember it, right? Okay. I see. Phoenix, I see. Ben Polapis. Yes, you're right. I'm Mr. Pole at this point. Jasmine's created a monster, and all of you guys have. And I get better and better at this. We're going to have a multimedia experience all the time. All right? I appreciate it. That's hilarious, Phoenix. And so, that's what's going on. So let's play this first video and just understand that this is why Epstein matters. And I will tell you, to Jay Byrne's point earlier today, Tim, not going to happen, right? But to Jay Byrne's point earlier today, right, is that, why he watched the replay of the congressional hearings with Kash Patel. And I know my buddy Nate over at Valhalla has been pretty tough on Kash Patel, right? As he should be. But I'll tell you, the questions I have for some of these witnesses, like the lady who is the Bureau of Prisons. Did you see this lady, the Bureau of Prisons? I'm gonna find a video of her because I got to put it on here. I don't even know if I have it in here. I might have it in here. Let me see. I might. I think I was losing steam in my research after a little while, but you guys fired me back up, baby. I'm fired back up over this. I'm fired up, and I'm gonna find this thing. But the lady with the Bureau of Prisons, the things she said, they're asking her questions. Okay. They're asking her questions, and they're saying, like, so there's no cameras for Epstein's cell. No, sir. So the guards fell asleep at Epstein's cell. Yes, sir. We're looking into it. It's a problem. And so is it? And she said, we treat all inmates the same. How the hell is this a thing? How is this a thing that you treat all inmates the same when this inmate is connected to the most powerful people on the planet in crimes, possible co-conspirators, and we treat them all the same? They're all the same. None of them matter, and he especially doesn't matter. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, honestly. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm turning my attention to it. Okay. And I wasn't really paying attention that much to it before. Okay. About like the details. But I know in the Marine Corps, if I ever said that as a commander, if I was like, well, doesn't matter the situation and it doesn't matter who the person is, we treat them all the same. One's like another. It's the stupidest thing ever. This person is of high material of intelligence value. And you didn't monitor him. The guards fell asleep. He was on suicide watch and he was off suicide watch. He's of no great value. Come on. Come on. I don't understand this, right? I don't understand this. Why don't we know about the interviews of these guards? Why isn't there surveillance footage? Why don't we know more? And this is the big question, right? This is why everyone's so upset. The foot dragging going on, ongoing investigation. We can't know about it. And she's stonewalling Congress. Kash Patel stonewalling Congress. I don't know. I can't talk about it. Ongoing investigation. This is ridiculous. This is why we are at this point right now where we're at. Okay? So if you were like me, okay, I appreciate it, Tim. Thank you, brother. If you were like me and you're confused, like what the hell's going on? I'm so busy. I'm building my business. I'm trying to work for my clients. I'm trying to work for my, my subscribers, my followers, my family, my clients, everybody that believes in me, right? I'm trying to be a leader. And in the meantime, it's like, well, we elected a president. We got an administration. Do your freaking jobs. Do your friggin' job. The thing is, they're trying to do their jobs, right? But are they? Or there's some bullshit going on? Is there a cover-up going on? You're damn right there is. Look at the UFOs, too. I mean, come on. I'm politically independent, like I told you before. I'm going to call it like I see it. And I'll say this. I don't think President Trump, we're going to find some smoking gun. We're not going to find like, aha, we knew he was messed up. We already know he's messed up. The guy's 34 felony counts against him. Come on. We already know that. But is he the right guy to deal with Putin? Possibly yes. Was Kamala Harris? Definitely no. Definitely no. Putin would have been like, ha, fucking great. Oh, awesome. Now I'm going to make mincemeat. Or someone like Kamala Harris will get us into the forever war because they don't understand how this stuff works. Okay? I'm just telling you. A liberal interventionist, and again, I'm politically independent. I'm just calling it as I see it. A liberal interventionist is one that gets you into a lot of wars. Neoconservatives get you into wars. All right? Someone that really believes in realpolitik and is a conservative pragmatist, like Trump appears to be, like a Putin, okay? The only thing is Putin has narcissistic personality disorder and possibility. There are other leaders that do too, right? I still try to be loyal as a Marine. But, here I am talking about this stuff. So what I want to say is this. It's like veil and secret after secret and cover up after cover up and hidden stuff. The American people are about to burst. Just release the damn files. And we're going to talk about this. Why, when they had the opportunities to release the files a while ago and put their own spin on it, why didn't they do it? Stupid move. But is there a reason why they didn't do it? Is there a reason why? Is there a smoking gun? I'm going to ask you guys, smartest people around here. I'm going to ask right now. You guys are all smarter than me. And I'm going to ask you. I'm putting in a damn poll. And we're going to get this poll. The results of the last poll, did the CIA create the Cartel de los Soles? No, I agree with you. I think they had dealings with them, but everyone says, look it up. We're on TikTok. TikTok has the answer. I agree with you guys. All right, let's see. Next poll. Will we find a smoking gun? All right, let me say this. Yeah, will we find a smoking gun evidence against President Trump in the Epstein files? I've already told you guys my vote. It's no. But I like to hear, some of you guys do more research than I do. Some of you do more research. You're in the know on this more than I am, okay? And I appreciate hearing your feedback. Tell me what you think. Will we find a smoking gun evidence? Smoking gun evidence means, just in case anybody's wondering, it means like in a murder mystery trial, they found a smoking gun in the person, like in the person's room. Like it means that the smoking gun means the bullet was just fired. So the gun barrel's hot, the smoke's coming out of it, and we have fingerprints that they did it right there. Like, will we find damning evidence? Okay. And I already see everybody saying no. I agree with you guys. I don't think so. But will we find other major important people involved, whether they're politicians or financiers or influential people, rich elite people? I say 100% yes. 100% yes. Okay. That's right, Tim. I agree with you. Trump is flawed for sure, but he showed up. This is a hard job. It's a hard job, and I do believe he believes in our country. Does he believe in himself? Does he have a big ego? All this stuff? Yeah. He does. Definitely does. But who wants to do this job? You know, he showed up, took those shots, got convicted, went to court. Everyone's found everything else about him. Everything about him, right? And now we're finding more Epstein files. I'm telling you, Biden administration, Obama administration, everyone would have crushed this guy. Hillary Clinton's connections, they would have crushed Trump if they found damning evidence like that there. They would have found a way to take him down. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now, he's definitely not perfect, but who else are they protecting? Who are they protecting? I don't know. Who are they protecting? Some people say yes, that there will be smoking gun evidence against President Trump. All right, let's watch this first video because we could do this all night, and you guys are smart damn people, so it's really fun to chop it up with you guys here. Let's see. I'm trying to find, I got so many videos here. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Let's rock and roll. Now, let's hear what they have to say here. Who is this guy? Mickey? Let me see really fast so we can know who's talking and what he has to say. Merkley, that's it. We smell a rat. Merkley, Senator Jeff Merkley on Epstein cover-up. Okay, let's hear what he has to say.
We smell a rat. Why? The president campaigned on releasing the files. Pam Bondi assured everyone the files would be released. Kash Patel said the files will be given to the public. And yet here we are. Not a single bit of these files has been released. And then what happened? Well, we had over in the House bipartisan leadership with Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie and a discharge petition. And as the discharge petition started to reach the critical number required, the House went on 8 weeks of vacation in order to avoid releasing these files. That's never happened in American history.
It's friggin' nuts.
And then we find, as they were coming back, what happened? An announcement that some new investigations were being launched. That was on November 14th. And on the evening of the 18th, Senator Schumer went to the floor, asked for unanimous consent that the bill from the House be deemed passed when it arrived in the Senate, and unanimous consent was secured from all to send this message. And what happened the next day? Pam Bondi gets up and says, we have this new information to justify new investigations. The timing of that's awfully suspicious. So the leaders in the House and the Senate demanded a meeting. We wrote to Pam Bondi, Ro Khanna, Tom Massie, myself, Ben Ray Lujan, and we were joined, and I welcomed the bipartisanship of Senator Murkowski to say, we want to know what you're up to. Meet with us and explain these new investigations. What is this new evidence? What are you undertaking? And how are you setting forward a plan to make sure all the documents are released on the 30-day notice? We got a response. The response was, we acknowledge receipt of your letter. That's it. So one of the things to watch for is the argument that vast sections had to be redacted in some case.
And they did. And we're going to come right back to this in a second, okay? But here's the thing. This is confusing for me, right? I know it's confusing for everyone. Maybe not for you guys as much, but it is for me. And I look at this as my chance to learn and to grow and to know what the hell's going on as an American citizen. As an officer of the United States, I still retain my title, okay? As a lieutenant colonel in the United States Marine Corps, I'm retired, but I still retain it. I'm retired, but I'm still on like the inactive reserve roles where they could call me back, okay? And so it's my duty to know what the hell's going on. And, you know, I think that all the things he's saying where they're redacting massive portions of this due to victim identity, okay, you know, protecting the victims, got it. But then when ongoing investigation, we have to redact that. You can't know about that. How much stuff has been redacted and taken away? We don't know. We're never going to know. I don't know. Honestly, it's very concerning. Let's keep watching, okay? Let's watch this, and we get some more really pretty damning stuff coming up in a minute here. Okay. But this is just our preamble. This is just our forward, so to speak, to get us into this. This is the introduction. Here we go.
Is the argument that vast sections had to be redacted in some cases to defend the integrity of some newly invented investigations. One way or another, we anticipate that Trump is going to continue to hide the files that should be released. We must not let it happen. We must not let it happen because we are about accountability for the perpetrators and justice for the victims. And that will not happen unless there is transparency and the documents are released in whole.
Well, I will tell you something, okay? I will tell you guys something, and that is that there was a video, believe it or not, and I was going to play this, but I did not, okay? A video from Anonymous, actually, that came out. And it was like a new video from Anonymous, you know, the group who does all the hacking and all stuff like that. But they were putting together, connecting the dots on all these different people in these relationships according to all these files. Honestly, it was a great piece of reporting and it was a great storytelling. I'll have to look it up at some point, though. It is bananas, Doc. It is 100%. It is bananas. You're right. But this is next level stuff, okay? And if we did have leaders that were nuts in the past, well, you know, the buck stops here. We got to stop it. Now that we have transparency with social media, so much, the ability to learn things about people, you know, I think it's just, it's the say-do gap. You say one thing, do another. Or you hold people accountable for things and don't hold it for other people, right? Like, you know, what Epstein was doing is it's illegal and it's wrong and it's immoral and it's disgusting in our society, right? You're taking advantage of people. I don't have to go into it, okay, to get all riled up. But I'm saying that and powerful people that are enforcing the law are involved. You know, to see him in the presence of President Clinton, President Trump, you know, different presidents and different people, very powerful. It's disgusting because you just think of the influence he has on them, right? And the blackmail he possibly had. All these things. Hey, Lady Ann, how you doing? So it is crazy. So, but Anonymous put together this video, and I chose not to put it in today, but I watched it earlier in the week as I was researching, and I thought, wow. And I mean, you know, an Anonymous does have a lot of the cyber hacking capabilities, and they've released a lot of different files in the past. I am surprised that we have not had some type of breach of security and data security. I'm sure this was in cold storage. I'm sure the files are either have not been put on a system, or if they did, it's at a top secret level, encoded, you know, crypto level, the 256-bit beyond, but at top secret security level, okay, for encryption. And if not, they pulled the hard drive and kept it in cold storage so that groups like Anonymous or foreign intelligence services like China and Russia could not hack in to get this stuff. Because remember all the North Korean hackings, all those things? You don't think this was a target? I'm a believer they probably put it in cold storage. But, you know, a group like Anonymous would have published all of this if they could have immediately. But they do have some very interesting storytelling and reporting. that came out. And again, I don't think they have a YouTube channel. It's just popped up. YouTube things will pop up from them once in a while. And it did when I was researching this. So very interesting. All right, let's check this out. Okay. Let's check out this next one because there's a lot here. We got a lot to talk about with Epstein. Put it in the chat what questions you guys have. I'm going to hit you up with another poll in a minute probably here as well too. If I knew more tricks, I would do them. I'm going to learn some new tricks for the next time. But let's take a look at this because there's just a lot. There's a lot to talk about here. Here we go. This is a new release from today. More Epstein photos. And a new
Back
release.
to the Justice Department and the release of hundreds of thousands of pages of Epstein files. We've got some new pictures from the files to show you. And we're going to go to David Spunt in Washington that has those photos and the latest. David.
Hi, Will. About 300,000 pages. That is the goal of the Justice Department to get that in by the midnight deadline tonight. Although D.O.G.E says there will be several 100,000 pages released over the next few days and week or so. But I want to be clear that these photographs and some of these documents have literally no context. They don't have dates. They don't have names. They don't have times. Some of the photographs, we recognize people. We want to show one of Jeffrey Epstein and former President Bill Clinton, the 42nd president of the United States, appearing at what looks to be at a party wearing what appear to be silk shirts. There are two photographs of them in this Epstein files release. We don't know who the other person is. We don't know when this was taken because the Justice Department does not say so in that evidence. So this is all incredibly nuanced, and I want to make that clear to our viewers. Also, there is a lot of redactions on many of these pages. For example, if we have it, we can show. If we don't, we can't show. But it's just essentially black chunks. It talks about a masseuse list, and it just says masseuse list. And there's 7 pages of complete black chunks. And then there's an asterisk in the corner, Will, and it says to protect victim information. And the law that was signed by President Trump after being passed by Congress directs the DOJ to put all of this information online in a publicly searchable format, but it calls on victim information to be protected. The law also clearly states that politicians, titans, industry titans, or famous people, world leaders, politicians, anybody that may be embarrassed by some of the information should not be redacted solely for that reason. So right now, we're continuing to look through this. As you can imagine, about 40 minutes ago, when the Will Cain show began, is when these documents slowly started coming online. We're expecting about 300,000 here today to be online.
All right. So here's one of the things I learned, okay, is that right now the FBI has a list of about, as of June of this year, okay, the FBI has a list of about 25 pretty high-powered names. Powerful people, they have the names of them. They will not release them because they're part of the ongoing investigation, okay? Do the American people deserve to know this? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And in due time, will they find out? I hope they do. But you hear things during these congressional testimonies from Kash Patel and also from the Bureau of Prisons lady. I got to find her. I'm sorry. She was nuts. She was like, oh, haughty-taughty, high and mighty. And I get it. She's, an older woman who's been doing this job, and she's probably like, why are you bothering me? I don't know anything about this. I get it. But it's less about her and what she's saying than this idea that you feel like you can just stonewall the Congress and Senate when they're questioning you about something really important. Okay, they could go to the highest levels of the halls of power across the United States in many industries and hold people accountable for terrible crimes, all these things like that. So 25 people already, the FBI has a list of 25 names. That's what's been said. Okay. And again, in the interest of me not running this live for 12 hours or writing a book on the side and issuing you guys workbooks as you come in here, I'm just telling you from the top of my head, okay, from what I saw in my research. And you can fact check me, go to ChatGPT, Gemini, all this stuff like that. I welcome it. It's great. It'll help us out to learn more. But 25 names, and they will not release it. Again, is it in the interest of protecting these people so that they don't get murdered? Because think about it. Epstein went away. Who killed Epstein? All right. Who killed him? He didn't kill himself. I'll tell you that much. I don't care what anybody says. Let's see. let's see. I'm going to turn to my awesome chat, and we're going to ask, do you think, okay, do you think this? Let me see. You know, actually, I learned how to start a Q&A. We're going to start a Q&A after this. We'll do a Q&A about Epstein after this, okay? Before we go into UFOs. Because next is UFOs, then it's the Leadership Lessons of South Park. We're rocking and rolling. Like, share, subscribe. Share this to your friends right now if they want to do Epstein stuff. They want to come into Epstein. Yeah, I agree, Tim. It's freaking nuts, man. It's freaking nuts. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm going to ask you guys. Do you think... Let me see. You think we will learn... I'll come up with it in a second. I'll come back to this in a second. I'll come back to this question in a second. I want to keep rolling. We got to watch this. We got a lot to cover. I'll come right back to this, okay? All right. Check this out. And we are going to go back. Better yet. No, better yet. I do have this question. I'm going to ask you guys this question right now. I think it's important. Okay. Do you think... Okay. Boom. Do you think Epstein hung himself? You guys tell me. Do you think Epstein hung himself? What do you think? You guys tell me. You tell me what you think about that. I'm going to pull up something. Okay. I'm going to pull up something you guys can see. Answer that poll. Do you think Epstein hung himself? I'll tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you in 1 second what I think. Okay? I'm going to tell you what I think in 1 second here. Okay? I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you my answers in 1 second. All right? And that 1 second is up, and I'm going to tell you right now what I think. Here we go. I'm going to tell you right now. Listen to this. Listen to this. Here we go.
Christmas ornaments, drywall, and Jerry Epstein. Name 3 things that don't hang themselves. That's what the American people think.
Boom. I'm going to play that again. I'm going to play it one more time because I really heard this and I believe
3
it.
things that don't hang themselves. Christmas ornaments, drywall, and Jerry Epstein. Name 3 things that don't hang themselves. That's what the American people think.
Yep.
That's what the American people think. And they deserve some answers. And I know that you're not in charge of these investigations.
Yes, sir.
But you talk to the people who are. And I need you to take a very respectful message today. Tell the American people what happened. And don't rush it so that they don't do a thorough investigation. But you and I both know they can make this a top priority and get it done more quickly than they normally would.
As I indicated in my opening statement, I wanted to talk about the death of Mr. Epstein. Do you concur with the opinion that it was a suicide?
That was the finding of the coroner, sir.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to suggest otherwise?
I do not.
How could this have happened?
Okay, so this is the lady who I was telling you, the Bureau of Prisons, who very much is just like, thinks she's above this whole questioning and she's above reproach. And I get it. She probably is. But it just speaks to a larger problem that there's no understanding of how important this guy was in the prison. I mean, come on. It's unbelievable. You can see the frustration of some of these Congress people.
Unfortunately, sir, the death and the whole situation is still under the investigation of the FBI and the Inspector General's office, and I'm really not at liberty to discuss specifics of this case. I can discuss issues around institutional operations.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it? I'm going to
But I
play it
can't
again. This drove me nuts today.
The Inspector General's office.
Just listen.
Could this have happened?
Listen. This is Lindsey Graham asking, how could this have happened? Listen what she says.
Hey, do you have any evidence to suggest otherwise?
I do not.
How could this have happened?
Unfortunately, sir, the death and the whole situation is still under the investigation of the FBI and
Yeah, unfortunately, sir, go screw yourself. I don't really care what you're asking me. I'm
the Inspector General's office, and I'm really not at liberty to discuss.
I'm not at liberty to discuss. And I get it, she's probably not. There has to be something that when these guys call you to task, you need to friggin' talk.
Specifics of this case, I can discuss issues around institutional operations, but I can't specifically talk about that particular issue.
Okay. With a case this high profile, there's got to be either major malfunction of the system or a criminal enterprise at foot to allow this to happen. So are you looking at both? Is the FBI looking at both?
If the FBI is involved, then they are looking at criminal enterprise, yes.
Do we have people in custody today of this high profile nature? Have we done anything to adjust since Mr. Epstein's death?
Sir, we take every inmate's life very seriously in the Bureau of Prisons.
This is what I was telling you guys about, okay? We take every inmate's life very seriously in the Bureau of Prisons, and every inmate's the same. This guy's connected to the president, connected to presidents, not just one. Insane.
Sir, we take every inmate's life very seriously in the Bureau of Prisons. A high-profile inmate is no more important or significant in terms of our operations than just the average inmate that comes our
When
way.
I mean high profile, somebody's on the suicide watch.
Listen to this.
Then just the average profile inmate is no more important or significant.
Wait, with us, listen.
Just since Mr. Epstein's death? Yes.
Here we go.
Criminal enterprise, yes.
Do we have people in custody today of this high profile nature? Have we done anything to adjust since Mr. Epstein's death?
Sir, we take every inmate's life very seriously in the Bureau of Prisons. A high-profile inmate is no more important or significant in terms of our operations than just the average inmate that comes our
When
way.
I mean high profile, somebody's on a suicide watch.
I would like to explain our suicide watch system, if I may. I can't talk specifically.
You got to play it again. I got to play it again. It's just, I'm baffled.
In
I'm
custody
freaking
today
baffled.
of this.
Listen, I'm freaking baffled.
Yes.
Do we have people in custody today of this high profile nature? Have we done anything to adjust since
Listen to
Mr.
her now.
Epstein's death?
Listen to her.
Sir, we take every inmate's life very seriously in the Bureau of Prisons. A high-profile inmate is no more important or significant in terms of our operations than just the average inmate that comes our
When
way.
I mean high profile,
Holy
somebody's on.
crap. Holy crap. Okay? Did you hear what she said? A high-profile inmate's life is no more important than any other inmate. Okay? In the eyes of the law, everyone's life is very important. In the eyes of the Constitution, everyone's a special snowflake. Everyone's life is important. We got that. But in the eyes of prosecution and the intelligence value to the world, they're not all the same. Okay? One of these things is not like the other. Now it's time to play our game. How can you be so freaking stupid and have this job? How can you be so obstinate, so stubborn, and like the way she's like with her hands, like, let me explain to you the way shit works here. Let me explain to you, dumbass, how stuff works here. Okay? Are you kidding me? You want to freaking force choke her. You know? You want to choke the crap out of her. It's nuts. Like, what? Let me tell you something. You would have talked to some Marine commanders that way, or some senior staff NCOs that way. Let me explain the way things are. Stand the frick by, man. You're going to lose your damn job. Unbelievable. We need the Marines to just take over. Just need the Marines to start taking positions, you know. Hire more and more Marines. Things will start working right. Just telling you. So, this is unbelievable, though, to me. Did you guys see this? Am I wrong? How is she acting? Am I wrong about this? Yeah, arrogance personified. I agree with you. I agree with you. Your brother is Ghislaine's half-brother? Seriously or no? Or are you just kidding? Seriously? That's wild. Thanks, Doc. I appreciate it. It honestly, it physically upset me today to hear this and how she's like, we take, no special treatment for any high-profile person. She's not getting it. Like what I'm saying, she's not connecting the freaking dots. This guy has knowledge of the most powerful people in our country, possible co-conspirators of the most powerful people in our country that have led to a criminal enterprise of disgusting proportions, disgusting activities. We're not talking about like, they were gambling or they were, they were speeding. They were doing like, things like this. Okay. Not even white collar crime. We're talking about rape and child prostitution and all this crap. And she says they're all the same. And there's no special treatment. He goes into suicide watch and we follow the normal fucking cookie cutter approach. And this is the bullshit results you friggin' get. It drives me nuts, man. I'm telling you. And we don't change any procedures at all. Nah, not at all. Or is she full of shit? And did they put her there because she's a boob? Because she's a dummy? Is that why? And she's probably not a dummy. She's probably a very nice person. She's probably someone's grandma, someone's mom. I know. Okay. But how can there be such a lack of awareness of the situation? How? How could he not have been treated with total, like if we captured Osama bin Laden, or we captured the most important person in the war on terror, right, and didn't kill him, would we just be like, mix him in with the other detainees and put him in there? I can tell you because I've done it. No, we wouldn't. We capture someone of high material intelligence value, a high value person. We don't just be like, put him in Gen Pop. He goes into Gen Pop. Everyone else, same procedures. That's it. Who gives a shit? No special treatment. Yes, no special treatment, meaning no gifts like Ghislaine Maxwell's getting, but to make sure nothing happens to this critical brain he has with stuff in it. What the freak? And I'm saying that so YouTube doesn't worldwide ban me or whatever. So your video's been blocked. Your video's been blocked because you're swearing too much. Yeah. That's what happens. Okay. I'm just telling you guys. And I have to spend the tomorrow morning, deleting stuff and all this crap. Anyway. All right. Yeah, she's cowering. Yeah, that's right. Power protects power. Amen. One of these things not like the other. That's right, Tim. Now it's time to play our game. It's time to play our game. Oh, we have a guy here who he was robbing and stealing. Here's Jeffrey Epstein. They're the same. Put them both together. It's insane. It's not the same. And this is why we are where we are. Thank you for dealing with my rant, everyone. Normally I don't do this, but I cannot help myself tonight. I just can't friggin' help it. Honestly, the incompetence. And like I say, is it crazy like a fox, though? Is it like, yeah, incompetence, they messed it up. You can't even believe what else she says. I could play this all night. She says, the guards fell asleep, and we're looking into it as a problem. I can't. I'm gonna fucking conniption. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna take my computer. I'm gonna whip it across the freaking room. Honestly, I can't even do this anymore. I gotta go back to just like leadership, life coaching, and happy time, because this is making me so nuts. This is bringing out like friggin' Marine Ben so much because I can't stand seeing this. Yep, and they just fell asleep, and we're looking into those individuals that fell asleep and let the most valuable inmate we had die. I don't know what happened. There's some bullshit going on. Total bullshit. Total lies. And that's it. You guys know I'm not a conspiracy theorist. There's no conspiracy here. This is bullshit. It's lies. That's it. He did not kill himself. Let's see what the poll was. Let me see. I got a smart audience. Did he kill himself? Did he hang himself? Someone says yes. Okay. Maybe they helped him. 92% say no. He did not hang himself. Okay? I don't think so. Just sing your swears like Taylor Swift. That's a good idea, Becky. That's what I got to do. And then they won't give me a hard time. He's not angry. He's not mad. We won't ban him. Okay? That's happened in the war room. The war room, we didn't have, we were like being in trouble all the time. Probably because of some of the stuff we were talking about. But let's keep on going here. Actually, let's keep on watching this lady. You guys want to watch this lady? You want to watch some more of her Bureau of Prisons? Let's watch a little bit more. Just a little bit more, because she really inspires me to be nuts. I can't help it. And other people too. It's not just her. I don't dislike her as a person. I'm just saying that. I don't like her answers because it talks about larger systemic problems of malaise and poor management and poor leadership and lack of situational awareness. It's not her fault. Well, yeah, it is. Well, yeah, it is. Sure it is. Of course it is. But whoever hired her to be in this position, when you have a high value, who the hell didn't tell her? Now make sure nothing happens to him. I'm telling you, that's why I know. She's a competent person. We all know it. He didn't kill himself, except for the one person who said he did. In our poll, he didn't kill himself. Let's go.
On a suicide watch.
I would like to explain our suicide watch system, if I may. I can't talk specifically about Epstein, but we have different tiers of response if we identify an inmate who appears to be having suicidal thinking. And I came into the Bureau as a psychologist. I worked with lots of suicidal inmates. I was warden in our psychiatric facility in Butner, and I know how difficult it is to always be able to predict who is suicidal and who is not. But once an inmate is identified as potentially suicidal, we have a suicide watch operation that we can place them in. It's a very stark, very difficult setting where everything is stripped from the room except a mattress. They get a course.
All right. You know, I've had enough of her. Let's go on here. There's a really pretty intense little session with Kash Patel and this woman. She's a congresswoman, I believe. I just don't know who she is, but let's just check this out. Okay, and I didn't even intend to show this, but I want to show it because it just shows so many problems.
Had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate. Uncovered more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, but that you had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. That is a quote. I think what happened, Mr. Patel, is that suddenly you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over these files, and you started a giant cover-up. So you are under oath, Mr. Patel. You just testified to Mr. Swalwell that you did not speak to the president about the Epstein files. To your knowledge, did Attorney General Pam Bondi speak to the president about what was in the Epstein files?
I can't speak for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
So to your knowledge, you don't have any information. The question was, do you have any knowledge? Do you have any knowledge?
I can't speak.
You are refusing to answer the question. So let me tell you that the Wall Street Journal reported that in May, Bondi told Trump that he was in the Epstein files, and at the same meeting said that the DOJ did not plan to release the files. Yesterday, you testified to Senator Kennedy that there was, quote, no credible information that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone else, and that you have, quote, continuously and publicly asked the public to come forward with more information, and we'll look into it. Today, in response to Mr. Massey's question, you appear to say that the survivors were not credible.
All right, we'll stop this right here. I got a lot more stuff to cover than this, but I mean, you can see that Kash Patel was a big proponent of releasing the files, all he talked about before he got into office. And now, not so much. Now, could the Biden administration have released them? Yes. Could other people have released them? Yes. Could other people have really brought things up? Yes. I think it's a deep conspiracy. I think it's a deep cover-up for a lot of people, and they just want to let this thing go away. That's what I think. Just, a lot of people are going to go down. A lot of people's images are going to be tainted. Reputation's tainted. People are going to go down. Criminal prosecution. This is something that could shake the foundations of just about everything. You know? It shakes people's faith in the system. But what shakes it more is when people don't hold people accountable, when they don't have transparency, and when they do what they're doing right now. Okay, now it's getting better today. They're releasing things, but how redacted are they? Are we actually going to say, how do we know? How do we know we're getting everything? You know, how do we know? So, it's unbelievable. Like one of the witnesses, one of the star witnesses from a few years ago, she died last year. She died, right? She died. Isn't that too bad? Who the hell knows? It's crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So I got more here. Let's watch some more. Okay. I did a lot of research. I want you guys to see it. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Okay. Let's watch. We got some more. More stuff here. And we got UFOs next, everybody. Very exciting. All right. Check this out. Latest stuff revealed today. New Epstein photos reveal he wrote lines from the book Lolita on girls' bodies. Okay? Yes, I said that. If you didn't know this, and you wouldn't know this unless you're doing a deep dive research like me. Okay? He did the book from the Russian author. I don't know what the hell the guy's name is. I can't remember. Okay, this isn't like a book I've read or anything. I have no clue. Lolita is a book that, where this guy, my understanding is that he has a fascination with a young girl. Okay? That's my understanding. If you guys know more, put it in the chat. Okay? Check this out though. This is nutso level 10 right here. And again, he's a convicted sex offender, a convicted child sex offender, prostitution, all this stuff like that. Okay, this is Epstein. But this is what's in his files. This is the guy. This is more evidence of how deep this goes. Now, Kash Patel did say he could not release the videos, okay? I'm going to show this right now really fast, okay? This is on a girl's chest. This says Lolita, that the tip of the tongue taking a trip of 3 steps down the palate to tap at 3 on the teeth. Okay? Again, these are quotes from this book about fascination with a young girl. I think she's 12 in the book or something like that. 12, 15, 14, I don't know. It's somewhere in here I read it. Okay? Now, this is written on her back, someone's back here. She was Lola in slacks. Okay, here's another one. She was Dolores on the dotted line. That's written down a girl's back. This is written on someone's neck. She was Polly at school. Here it is. Okay, here's how I know about this. Lolita was written in 1955 by Vladimir Nabokov. Is about a professor. Oh, I didn't know this. Who kidnaps and sexually abuses a 12-year-old girl. Okay, I didn't know that part. I thought it was fascination. It's like friggin' disgusting. A professor who kidnaps and sexually abuses a 12-year-old girl, which seems on the nose for a convicted sex offender and trafficker like Epstein. So these were in a Dropbox account. These are in Epstein's Dropbox account. Nothing in the upload indicates who the photos are or where they were taken, but Lolita was written, the book. These are quotes from the book in 1955 by Vladimir Nabokov. It's about a professor who kidnaps and sexually abuses a 12-year-old girl. Okay? And now, here's another one. She was low. Low in the morning. She was low, plain low, in the morning, standing 4 feet 10 in one sock. Written on a girl's foot lying in bed. Or a woman's foot. Okay? So we don't know who these things are from or who they're of, but we can guess. But you see in the background, there's the book Lolita. There it is. Okay? And so other photos that were released is that New York Times columnist David Brooks, Noam Chomsky, a left-wing activist, Bill Gates, Sergey Brin, the founder of Google, Woody Allen. We all know Woody Allen. Woody Allen's a Hollywood director who married his daughter, his adopted daughter. Okay. Wacky stuff. This guy's a freak show. Okay. And Bill Gates. All right. So this is what came out. Okay. Put it in the chat what you guys think. Any ideas here? Okay, here is Becky. Yeah, she was 12, and I believe at one point the guy gets mad because she wants to do kid things. Yeah, maybe that's because she's a kid. Yeah, that's nuts. It's so nuts. So nuts. Yeah, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. Wow. Ultimate unreliable narrator book. Wow. Yeah, 100% Phoenix. We need some serious house cleaning. It's nuts. Bigger they are, the harder they fall. 100%. 100%. All right, let's watch this next one here. Again, more wacky stuff. More wacky stuff, everybody. Appreciate you watching. And put any comments, any questions you have, put them in the chat, okay? Any questions, put them in the chat. Remember to like, subscribe, and share. If people are interested in this, share, let them know. Let them know, hey, we are here. We're doing this. We're live. 1 second. I have to reshare that for some reason. I lost it. Here we go. Let's go. A little bit of analysis of everything going on.
Reporting, and my smart panel is back here. David Chalian.
Well, I keep thinking as I'm listening to this and looking at these developments, what if, as Susie Wiles said, Pam Bondi did not completely whiff at the Epstein files, as the White House Chief of Staff described the Attorney General's approach in this beginning? And what if the administration sort of followed political crisis management 101, got their arms around this, put out everything, and they would be able to provide all the context around it? You wouldn't have moments like this of the House Democrats, being able to like put stuff out drip by drip and create a daily headache for the administration. I know that's backward looking, but as I was just listening to MJ, I was like, the administration had an opportunity here. One, by the way, that the president's own base was demanding to see everything and put their frame around it. And they did not take that opportunity.
Listen to what AOC said about sort of her commentary or analysis of what we're seeing out of the White House vis-a-vis.
All right. I just want to say, AOC drives me nuts. Okay. But like she drives a lot of people nuts. But she has a pretty good point here for sure. Okay. So again, a lot of these people do good work on one thing, are over the top on something else, but it's all personal preference. But she does have something decent to say here. So let's hear that.
What's happening in the world of the release of the Epstein files. Oh, forgive me, quote, it's not a soundbite. Reminder, here's what she said, reminder that the Epstein files are supposed to be released on Friday, and every political development that you see between now until then should be viewed with that in mind.
Yeah, I think that.
Okay, so they said it. Let's go into it. Let's talk about, like I said, let's talk about Venezuela. Let's talk about the blockade, intensification of warlike actions against Venezuela. Put it in the chat. Do you think, new poll. Let's do it. New poll. Here we go. Do you think that is Venezuela blockade / aggression? Let me say it. Venezuela blockade and military action by U.S. a distraction from Epstein and domestic issues. This is a strategy. It's a tactic that, political administrations use. And so what do you guys think? Tell me what you think. We can all learn together. All right, let's keep on moving here. We'll get back to that in a minute. I appreciate you guys participating. I appreciate you guys being here, spending your evening with me, and letting me do what I love. All right, you guys are the best. Let's keep on moving. Let's check this one out. We got another one here. And a little bit more. Where was I? Here we go. All right, let's go.
Awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. These pictures suggest the scope.
He was a sick pervert, but I guess I turned out to be right.
We are not going away.
Survivors and their family members want a formal probe into the extent of Epstein's crimes. The former financier was found dead in his prison cell in 2019, awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. These pictures suggest the scope involved in the alleged procurement. They include images of passports from multiple countries said to be of women Epstein and his associates were recruiting. And this screen grab of a series of text messages appearing to discuss the trafficking for $1,000 of an 18-year-old from Russia. Another photo shows Epstein with 3 women or girls. We don't know their ages and have blurred them to protect their identities. There are also several photos showing words written onto a woman's body. The lines are quotes from Lolita, a novel about a man's sexual obsession with a child. These latest pictures open the window further into the world of Jeffrey Epstein, but they will not stop the clamour for more openness. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Washington.
Well, I've been speaking to Dr. Richard Johnson, Senior Lecturer in US Politics and Policy at Queen Mary University of London. And I asked him about what level of transparency we can expect from those files due to be released.
The Epstein Files Transparency Act was intended to get the Department of Justice to hand over or release.
And so why am I using the BBC? Just really quickly. I think it's good to look at multiple angles. CNN, Fox, BBC, another news outlet, okay? But get multiple angles at this so you guys can make up your own minds on it. So I'm not just feeding you one news source, one left-leaning, right-leaning, whatever it is, type of media, okay? So you can see different takes on it. But I thought something a little more independent that's outside the U.S. could actually give an objective look at this as well, too. So let's hear what he has to say.
All of the files that it had on Jeffrey Epstein, but the Act did carve out some areas of discretion for the Department of Justice. And in politics, where there's discretion, there's a degree of power because there is ambiguity there. And so this pertains to files that relate to the privacy of victims, files that relate to material that would portray child sexual abuse, files that pertain to ongoing federal investigations, and there may also be some claims of executive privilege. And so my expectation is that what we're going to see politically after the release, because I have no inside knowledge as to what's actually in those files, but in terms of the politics that will follow, there will be questions about whether the Department of Justice has truly released all of the files that Congress wants it to release, or whether it has used some of its discretion to hold back files that it otherwise probably should release. It may also make claims on the grounds of national security.
Okay, so you can see, just like we talked about before, there's concern that they're going to redact certain things, remove certain files, ongoing investigations will block you from seeing certain things, redaction due to victim protections, redacted, national security concerns, redacted, executive privilege, redacted. Okay, all these things. National security can also mean, is it in the best interest of the United States since the American people voted for the president to become president? Remember, let's not forget, President Trump has 34 convictions, felony convictions. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, okay? And again, I'm not, like Tim, you pointed out, lots of presidents have lots of things wrong. And he did stand trial. He did all that, okay? It's all transparent there. The American people still elected him, okay? So what I'm saying is that, the executive privilege gives him power because the American people still elected him even with felonies. So that allows him to cover up or to not make public certain aspects of certain things. And that's possibly going to happen here too. Okay? So lots of chances for us not to see the totality of the Epstein files. And lots of chances for people to have sealed court documents, to have sealed cases where powers that be will know about it, lawyers will know, judges will know, officials will know, but the public won't know. Okay, they can seal the documents, they can seal the cases. And any lawyers in the audience, law enforcement officers, Mark, I know you're one. Let me know in the chat. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I don't think I'm the end all be all on anything. Who's the lead on the Epstein files? Well, I mean, really, Kash Patel at this point. Kash Patel and D.O.G.E. D.O.G.E, FBI. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. That's the lead. Do I trust three? Diamond Dog wants to know, do I trust three-letter agencies? Yes, I do. Well, I would say this. Because I have experience working with our national intelligence enterprise for the United States, okay? I've got experience working with CIA, with the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, CIA, Central Intelligence Agency. I have a good degree of trust and belief in them because I understand them. The FBI is just different for me. I don't know much about them. I've always trusted my law enforcement, just naturally for me, you know, police and law enforcement writ large. But I do know, I'd always been told, you know, from that, based upon my background, that, you know, just FBI is probably different for me and my background. It would be a different culture from what I was used to. And, you know, CIA fit in a lot more. Okay. So I'm just telling you the way it is, the Diamond Dog. And so I've got a better comfort level with them. I haven't worked with the FBI that much. You know, I mean, I've been around legal attaches when I was working on the country team overseas out of an embassy. I was officially on a country team. And I was, you know, a military attache for our country, Marine Corps attache. So I was, you know, an accredited card-carrying diplomat, right? And there were legal attaches from the FBI, but I didn't really know them that well. And I had worked a little bit in sensitive site exploitation with FBI, like briefly. They trained us in it. I've got no real experience with them, though. I have a lot more experience with intelligence agencies, especially the ones that operate overseas. So I have more trust in them, the Diamond Dog. You know, just telling you that's the way it is, brother. So, all right, let's keep on rolling here. Lots to talk about. We are Epsteining it up, okay? And we just see what, you know, what's out there and what is the possibility. But I believe we talked about, is there a cover-up? We put that in the chat. Let me see what the polls, what is the poll telling us? Ooh, is the Venezuela blockade and military action by U.S. distraction from Epstein domestic issues? 50-50. Yes, 50, no 50. All right, cool. I got another one for you guys, another poll. Okay. Another poll. Is there a cover-up? By the DOJ to protect, I'm going to say not President Trump, but to protect other high-level / elite power players. In the U.S. and abroad. My question's too long. Hold on. In the U.S., I'll say. Here we go. Boom. Let's see. What do you guys think? Is there a cover-up by the Department of Justice to protect other high-level / elite power players in the U.S.? And like I said, not counting President Trump. We already talked about him. We kicked that can a million times. You know, I just think it would have come out by now, right? So 75% yes. All right. 25% no. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's no cover-up. Maybe we're going to find out what we're going to find out. Maybe we're going to find out what we're going to find out. See, I like that too, because when you guys tell me what you think in these polls, it also makes me stop for a minute and retest my assumptions, retest my way of thinking. I go back to first principles thinking like our buddy Elon, right? And I think I re-question what I've said the conclusions I've come to, and I say, yeah, but what else could it be? Okay. And this is an important way to think for strategy. All right. So an important way for us to accomplish things and achieve things in our lives too, and to solve problems, which will give you more in life. Okay. So let's keep on going. Yeah, we split the vote again. I'll leave that one up there for a couple more minutes so everybody can get a bite at the apple there. We got a number of people in the audience, but there's a poll up right now. If you're watching and you want to jump in the chat, answer the poll, please do. Helps us all to learn together. The more interaction is possible, I love it. Interactive. Ask questions, guys. I will get there. Tim Burke. Tim, I believe he is alive and in protection. Oh, damn, Tim. I never thought about that. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Tim thinks that Epstein is still alive. I mean, did we ever see a body? I don't know. With Osama bin Laden, we saw the body, and they shipped it off to sea, and they buried him at sea. They threw him in the water, right? But did we ever see a body for Epstein? Interesting. It's crazy stuff. You might be right, Tim. You might be right. And you might be really right. I think this is a good time to segue into aliens in 1 minute. I got one more cool video about Epstein. And then it's time to segue into UFOs and aliens, baby. Yes, the moment you've all been waiting for. Becky, you've been waiting for this. I know it. And it's coming right now. It is coming. Watch this, though. This is super cool from Wired. This is really interesting. Here we go. Check it out. Oh, well, maybe don't check it out because I just played the end of it. Hold on. All right. Let's see. 1 second. Let's see if it plays. I think this is it. Give me 1 second, guys.
Even in death, the secrets of...
There we go. So just that alone, him showing where Epstein Island actually is, I thought was of great value for this video and for us tonight in our live. Okay, so now you see where it is right there. It's a part of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's a small island. I think it's Little St. James. But if I owned that thing, I would turn it into like shooting, motocross. It would be the best ever. Beaches. What a freak, right? Definitely. I'd build a mock-up of the Buffalo Bills stadium, and any true Buffalo Bills fans would have free. And I'd hire the old Bills from when we were in high school, Tim. I'd get the old Bills there to play replay games. I'd hire old players from the Buffalo Bills and the hated New England Patriots. I'd replay the Super Bowls and we'd win against the Giants, against the Cowboys. If I owned that island, that's what I would do. I have my own stadium. Okay, we got to talk about this seriously for a second because this is important, guys. This is really important. I'd have my own stadium. Okay, mock-up of the Bills stadium. I'd hire actors and fans to come down and cheer for the Bills. I'd replay the crucial Scott Norwood kick that he missed for the Giants. That would have given us a Super Bowl. Okay, I would have us play the Cowboys again and totally demolish them. All right, that's what I would do if I had that island. I just want you guys to know, and you're all invited if I get that island. It'll be fantastic. We'll rebuild the Bills stadium. It'll be great. The glory days. You'll all love it. And we'll play Talking Proud, the Bills, fight song, all that stuff. Josh Allen will have a all-the-time pass anytime he wants. I'd fly him right down after the games. Anything Josh wants, we get it, right? Wings, chicken wings everywhere. Be the best ever. Okay, let's keep going. I digress. Let's keep going. That's for all my diehard Buffalo fans out there. That's what we're going to do if I get a private island. For sure. For sure. Here we go. Temple site is. Come on.
Hilltop Temple site over here, which is...
That's, nothing good's happening there at the Hilltop Temple site. Good Lord. Here's the thing. His plane was dubbed Lolita Express. How do you get on the plane if his plane's called Lolita Express? Did they know this? If you hear that once in your life ever, yeah, I'm going to come down on a private island. Hey, by the way, his plane's called Lolita Express. You don't go. You don't go. I mean, come on. I'm guessing that they never heard this. I'm guessing that they didn't. But how does this guy from Wired know was dubbed the Lolita Express? Maybe that means dubbed by law enforcement, dubbed by investigators. Is it like a ship? Did he have like in the back of the ship or in the back on the side of the plane? Lolita Express? You know, you're going on the plane, you're coming up the stairs, you see Lolita Express. That's funny. You turn around and go down the damn stairs. I mean, come on. What in the world? 200-seater Lolita Express says it all. It's nuts. Yeah, very occult, no bueno. I agree, Doc. It's weird. It's already weird. Whole thing's a weird vibe. There's no Bills Stadium. There's no motocross track. There's no gun range. There's no beach. There's no... My favorite pizza place I'd have from Buffalo. I'd have them establish a section there. They'd train all the chefs. So no pizza place. Who wants to go there? No one wants to go. No one wants to go. The hell? Insane. Ooh. Look under the island. Ooh. Wow. Victim said look under the island. I see that, Lady Ann. Wow. That's heavy stuff. Wow. All right, let's keep watching. Let's watch a little bit more, and then we're gonna go on. We got to go to UFOs. Like Tim brought up conspiracy of him still being alive, Epstein still being alive. I got real stuff for you. The aliens, UFOs are no longer conspiracy. Can you imagine? It's like legalizing marijuana. Everyone used to get in trouble for it. Now it's like legal everywhere. Okay? Someday it's going to be like that. Aliens were crazy. Now they're here. We just say it. Now we know it. Not a big deal. We're going to watch that in a second. Here we go. Okay? We're going to finish this up, watch a little bit more of this craziness, and then we'll move on from Epstein. Put your questions in the chat, please. I will get to them.
Which is hotel.
Open source intelligence says it at its finest. Your phones are being tracked, right? Just know that. So that's too bad for you, but it's great for us in this case because guess what? Guess what? When they say to you, we don't know who was where. We don't even know who went to this island. What's the list? This guy knows. He knows the freaking list. He knows where they live. You got to see if I keep going. We're going to stop it here, but we keep going. They show the houses these people live in. This one went from Epstein Island and back to this home in this gated community in Cape Cod. This one is in what do you call it? Friggin' Connecticut, right? Near Yale. This one's in New York City. Okay? And it shows all this stuff. In the chat. You guys, okay, good. Okay, Mark, thank you. Okay, let's keep going. I'm back. They got me there for a minute. Just as we were connecting the dots, and just as we were about to really, I feel like I'm like Andrew Tate right now. We were getting into the Matrix, and in the Matrix, they captured me. Unbelievable. Isn't that so funny? It's not so funny. You guys know. You guys just remember, if they take me, you guys know the truth. We know where they live, these people. Okay? We know where they live. We know what's going on. And it cannot be stopped. Okay? So what I'm telling you guys before, though, is that 100% for sure that, you know, that these, that we know where these people are. Okay? We know where these people are. They just showed, this guy just showed through his video, okay, that this guy just showed through his video that we know where these people are. We know where they are. Okay? And if you missed it, if you're just joining us and you weren't here, okay, and you weren't here, then what you missed was me showing a video from Wired magazine that connect the dots. It shows people going to Epstein Island and then coming back to their house and us getting to see where they live. Okay? Us getting to see where, thank you, the Diamond Dog. That's right. They can't just silence me. But, and so now we're going to get into this next section. Okay? We're going to get this next section. The next section is we're going to talk about, no kidding, talk about people getting taken away, talk about people getting silenced. For so long, the UFO alien cover-up conspiracy, all this stuff happened. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you haven't liked yet, like the video. Please like it now. It doesn't cost you anything to like it. Please subscribe. Not going to cost you anything again. You get to see all my lives. Make sure you're connected. It's also going to keep you in the know from when I go in live, because sometimes I just pop up on Saturday night and go live as well. And it also helps the channel. So please like, subscribe, share. If you know people that like aliens and the UFO cover-up, that's up next right now. Okay, we're going for a record-setting past the 3.5 hour. We're going on a 4-hour crazy tour right now. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. We're going into UFOs right now. And I'm going to play this video for you guys, okay? Because it's getting freaking serious. Honestly, I'm like blown away from the Epstein stuff to the UFO stuff. Now I see why people become conspiracy theorists. Honestly, I don't do conspiracy. I just honestly tell you what I really think. And let's check this out. Okay, here we go. Chris Cuomo is on here. Pretty credible guy, I think, for me. Let's see what he has to say.
Did you know that there are answers to what's in the sky, to whether or not we are alone, to whether or not there are technologies that we don't understand that have been infiltrating our most sensitive spaces for a long time, and people have known and not told you? Have you heard about the age of disclosure? Oh, you need to know what's in this documentary and what major political figures, okay, like our Secretary of State, who's also the national security advisor to the President of the United States, believes you haven't been told. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. Dan Farah, okay? He is a known producer and manager, filmmaker, but he has never done anything like this, and we have never gotten the benefit of anything like this. He's got almost 36 major players, many of whom are in elected federal office right now, talking about the need for transparency and what they know and can legally tell you. And why is that even a thing? Why is there a legal restriction at all about non-human intelligence?
This is
what they
nuts.
have found in crafts, where those crafts have been.
Okay, so this is nuts. This is nuts, right? We've talked about it before. Non-human intelligence, where those crafts are, where they've been. What are we talking about? This is really a thing, okay? Just like I said, we just tracked everybody. Go look at, give the guy credit where credit's due, okay? Wired magazine. He did a great job. Amazing. I hope that gets some more views for that. Tracking them from the island to their homes with their cell phone data and how he did it. Open source intelligence from this company connected to the Defense Department. Okay? The same thing. Crazy stuff. Non-human intelligence, non-human craft, not of this earth. Okay? Non-earthly origin, material, spacecraft people. Marco Rubio is talking about it. Okay? Secretary of State, National Security Advisor. He's talking about it. He's going on the record. He said 12 sitting government officials talking about this. Okay? Let's look at this a little bit more, because I think it's really important, because I'm telling you, if this is all true, and it sounds like it is, if this is all true, this will be the single largest breakthrough in the history of humanity.
They know about them, crafts, where those crafts have been, what they know about them, and what you don't know, and most importantly, why. And it seems like something's going to happen that I never expected. Positive change. We're going to learn more, because people in positions of leadership are realizing they've been kept out of the circle also. Now, does this have to mean little green men? Not to me. It's about transparency in a government that's supposed to be by the people, of the people, and for the people. 80 years you've been doing things with our money and our resources and our military and never telling us anything. And in fact, you've done the opposite. You've lied again and again and again. Republican, Democrat, everything in between, lied about what you were doing with our money and our resources. That does affect...
For our own good, of course, right? We're lying because you guys can't handle it. But we can send you off to World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, 20 years of the Gulf War, of war on terror. But it's for your own good. For what? It's freaking nuts, man. Friggin' nuts.
Our national intelligence and making choices for us that you never even discussed with us. This is huge. It's not just a documentary. It's a change moment.
Yeah.
And it is a step in the right direction. Listen to Dan Farah tell you what he learned and what there is still to know.
All right, we're going to stop this here. I'm going to keep you in suspense. We're going to watch a little more, talk a little more, but let's put it in the chat. Let's put it in our poll. We're going to stay with our poll tradition. We're going to stick with our poll tradition here. All right. Message redacted. They're all after us. The Matrix. Let's see here. Let's have a poll question. Are aliens and UFOs real? Okay, there we go. Are aliens and UFOs real? What if we, Cedric asks, what if we found humanish fossils on Mars, Ben? Are the giants in Afghanistan true? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Cedric, it's a great question. I don't know. Maybe. Lots of stuff we don't know that we're finding out that might be true. Tim says, Ben, this is your last chance to give me some reason to buy into the alien UFO nonsense. You bringing Chris Cuomo on is not helping your cause. All right, dude, you'll find out here. I'll bring you right into UFO land. I'm going to send them right to your house right now to pick you up. Becky, if the alien announcement isn't soundtracked by the Michael Jackson song, You Are Not Alone, I'll consider it a huge disappointment. It's going to be a huge disappointment, isn't it? Yes, it will be. Men in Black. I see many of you find this very funny. Ha, 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 ha. Ben, you had us with Epstein, and then it was all staged for them to block me out, right? Blocked. Because I'm bringing you the latest, greatest. That's why, damn it. Tell everybody about this show. YouTube is trying to stop me. No, you're not, YouTube. We love you, YouTube. You guys are the best. YouTube algorithm, keep playing Ben. We love you. Any of you that are human people, that are the human auditors, we love you too. You're doing a great job. Anyway, they were trying to block me. They couldn't block me. No one can keep me down because I got you guys on my team. So you were saying to me, Ben, you were doing great with Epstein. Now you got the little green men and the yin. You got the friggin' aliens. Well, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to blow your heads off right now with this one. I'm going to blow you away. Going to blow you away. Here we go. Well, Diamond Dog, aliens, UFO are directions for me. I don't believe in alien, but I do believe in UFO. Got you. Wow, 56% say no. What? And for you, the Diamond Dog, quoi? And for Natalia listening, quoi? What? All right, here we go. I'm going to now blow you away. Okay, you guys asked for it. Here we go. Chris Cuomo. What? Here we go. I got better than Chris Cuomo, my friends. Better. How about Tucker Carlson? Boom. That just happened. Yeah. If you don't like him, I got someone else. I got someone for everyone right now. Here we go. Boom.
We've had, what are they? We've had sworn testimony where they'll say, yeah, I've seen beings. There's a movie coming out.
Hold on. And the testimony says this is sworn testimony.
Sworn testimony. They're beings, and there's saucers or some craft or something. But
this is Representative Tim Burkett, okay? And he's talking about the movie coming out, directed by Steven Spielberg, that Chris Cuomo was just talking about, that has all these all these different officials that are testifying in it or are being interviewed and talking about it on the record. And they're talking about maps, graphs, everything they found, where they found it, what they found, okay? That's going to be groundbreaking, I think, in June.
There's a movie coming out pretty soon, if it's ever allowed to come out. I was in it a little bit. And you have former members of the CIA, you have others that positively say they were there. And they identified these things. They diagnosed them, and they saw them. They saw the craft. And, there's enough people out there saying it but they're just so suppressed, and the media moves on so fast on something. And you know, I've been on so many of these interviews, and they're playing the theme from some crazy TV show or something before I come on, you know, and they're just making a joke out of it, and I get it. People want to laugh about it.
I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I mean, I get the fact.
Seems like an absolutely. I mean, it seems
they
like
just want to humiliate me, and
but it's a deadly serious topic, objectively speaking.
Whoa, thank you, Tucker. And for all the non-believers out there, Tucker Carlson's saying it's pretty real. Okay? Like he's a pretty sober-minded guy overall. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
National defense issue. It's everything. It's everything. I mean, it's not a national, it's a world defense issue.
It's a lot more serious than Black Lives Matter or any of the other
100%.
nonsense that we've.
Whoa, why we got to go there, Tucker Carlson? I didn't even see that coming. Whoa. Wow. Tucker Carlson coming out of nowhere, off the top rope. Off the top rope. Well, he's entitled to his opinion, is he not? Well, aliens, UFOs, if they're here, it's probably more important than just about everything, okay, in his defense. So, you know, pretty intense stuff. What did I want to show you guys here? I had something to add in. Another poll. That's what I want to do. Ending the poll, 55% say yes, they're real. Okay. And let's ask this. The next one. No, we'll keep on going. We'll keep on going. Never appreciated Tucker as much as now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Maybe you're joking. I don't know. Tucker, Cedric, there you go. I knew I liked you, Cedric. When are we going to be on Mars? The Elon Musk says, I think his plan is by, I want to say it's 2035, Cedric. Okay. It's a lot more important than rich white guys. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's keep going here. Let's keep going. Let's hear what he has to say. Tucker's laying it bare.
You know, become obsessed with over the past generation. So, yeah, I mean, that tells you right there that's part of an operation designed to discredit people who ask questions, right?
Yeah, and I've had military personnel call me and tell me that they've chased these things. They've been in the water. I had one guy tell me a story. He was an officer, and he was in the water fishing off, I think it was on the East Coast, and this huge craft flew over them, and then these several jets were flying, trying to keep up with it, and he identified the jets because he was obviously an Air Force officer, and he said, "Look, I just want you to continue on this thing. You're not. A lot of people have seen stuff," and he said, "I have," and you know, and I mean, he had a distinguished career, but it just continues on and on and on, and it gets, you know, we get patted on the head and say, "Okay, you can have another hearing," and then we do it, but until.
Okay, so I want to put that on there. Okay, another credible individual here. Representative, we got Tucker Carlson, who probably wouldn't have touched aliens with a 10-foot pole 10 years ago, right? Let's be honest. And this representative wouldn't have touched aliens with a 10-foot pole 10 years ago either. But now people are coming out and talking about it, okay? Yeah, 80 years ago, World War II. You're right. We've been covering it up for 80 years. It's crazy, okay? And let's go ahead. And we're going to watch another little video here because I'm trying to get through these kind of quickly. This is important stuff, and I want you guys to see what's going on with this. Underwater UFO sightings. That's what they were talking about, okay? And here we go. Here's another one talking about how, you know, this new UFO documentary is coming out.
So there's a new movie coming out, and the government may be in on it. Could disclosure be closer than we know, and the government is trying to give us information in a little bit of chunks to prepare us for Disclosure Day? That's what we're going to talk about today. So imagine this. It's June 2026. It's going to be here before we know it. Can you believe it's already almost Christmas? This year is flying by. Theaters worldwide will light up with the latest from the master of cinematic wonder, Steven Spielberg. Now, I grew up with his movies. How much did they affect your life and kind of how you see adventure or sharks or aliens that want to go home? Am I right? Well, let me tell you, this isn't just any blockbuster. It's Disclosure Day. That is the name of the film. This has already sparked whispers of real-world revelations coming out. So today we're diving into why this movie could be the cultural earthquake we've all been waiting for, right? With UAPs, UFOs, disclosure. So we're not speculating wildly. No, every detail here is grounded from verified reports I've collected and recent developments. So buckle up, get something nice to drink. Let's get into it, right? So let's rewind. Steven Spielberg has been our guide to the stars, really.
All right. So she's talking about Steven Spielberg's the director, okay? And so what the question is the CIA, and is the government trying to actually, are they trying to soften the blow of releasing this by having Spielberg do a documentary like this? Okay. And that's the big question. That's the big question. If the aliens, if they're saying it's real, then how do they release this? How do they announce this to the world? Do they just come out and do it? Or do we do it through storytelling like we've always done? How do we release this to the world? And what's the impact going to be? This is the big question. Because again, this could be the single largest event in human history. Okay? And we're going to get into one more here. Okay? Got one more to watch to catch us up on all this.
If you've been watching the show for some time, you'll know how just extensively we cover all things UFO, or UAP as the government now calls it. This show was the first to interview whistleblower David Grush, and he was a former Air Force officer who came forward to claim that the government had secretly recovered alien technology. That was 2 years ago. And now what was then crazy has become something of a unifying topic for lawmakers from both sides of the aisle, to the point where a brand new documentary is being released today about all things UAP, and it's all featuring officials from the very highest levels of the U.S. government. The documentary is called The Age of Disclosure, and it tells the story of an 80-year global cover-up concealing the existence of intelligent alien life and technology.
Wow.
Tonight, we bring you an exclusive clip.
Wow.
We learned that the U.S. government was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
Some people claim it would cost them their lives if they spoke out about these things.
The first country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come. This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
If Xi Jinping had access to this, if Putin had access, you think for a second that they wouldn't consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
Sometimes strategic surprises that change the course of human history.
Dan Farah is the documentary's director and producer, and he joins me now. All right, Dan, I was up way too late watching this entire thing because I literally couldn't stop. Congratulations. It's fantastic. I was struck by this line from one of the people you interviewed. Without a doubt, there has never been a program before that has been so successfully kept out of the public eye as the Legacy Crash Retrieval Program. What is it?
One of the intelligence officials in the film makes that statement. And, previously the most secretive program was the Manhattan Project, but we found out in hindsight that the Manhattan Project had leaks. So when this program was created, they made it even more secretive and put more security measures in place. And those security measures have ruled the day the last 80 years.
The Legacy Crash Retrieval Program is something that the Air Force does for the most part. They have special units that go out to collect, to retrieve alien spacecraft that have crashed.
Well, the people in my film reveal that the elements of this program are elements of the Air Force, elements of the CIA, elements of the Department of Energy, and military defense contractors.
All right.
All right. So one of the things that Marco Rubio said really struck me, and he said, you know, strategic surprise sometimes can change the course of the world. Something we call a black swan event. Okay. Every year, the intelligence community puts out the National Intelligence Estimate. They put out this, like, it's almost like the national security strategy. It's the national intelligence strategy, basically, or the estimate. Okay. And so some of the things that will be included are things that are, you know, most likely going to happen, possible direction for certain countries or certain, you know, individuals, you know, actors, competitors, like countries. And then it has a section that's like called black swan events, right? So the black swan events include unbelievable weather, catastrophic weather, okay? Pandemic, disease, you know, getting struck, the earth being struck by a comet, okay? And then also something could be in there like this, just like this. The discovery of extraterrestrial intelligence. Actually, what it will say is something of this effect, okay? I'm not quoting anything directly. I don't have access to that now anymore. But it could say this: the arrival of extraterrestrial intelligence, of non-human intelligence, the arrival and hostile intent of extraterrestrial intelligence. Why would they put this in there? Why would they talk about these things? Why would this even be a discussion point? Okay? These are discussion points. And I'm not even talking in classified documents. I'm talking in open source. This would be a black swan event. Possibly because they knew something. Possibly because someone said, yeah, you might want to put that in there. And that one person knew that possibly something was real. And they're like, everyone else is like, wow, we put that in. This is stupid. We're not going to put that in there. Well, what if, what's the chance? Very low chance. Maybe it's, you know, less than 1%. But if it did happen, what would it mean? It would mean the end of the world, maybe, right? Like War of the Worlds. Or it would mean the changing of the global order, the changing of the world order, changing of everything, possibly, right? So that's what's going on. We're going to find out more. But this documentary, I did not know about this. Never heard about this before. I know they're putting things together. I never heard this. They're just announcing it now, if it's allowed to come out. Okay. This is the producer and director. I believe Steven Spielberg was involved as well too, but I think it's coming out in June. Reporters are already getting a look at it, as you can see. So we're going to find out more. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and let's get to the moment we've all been waiting for. You know it. I know it. And we're going to get into the leadership lessons of South Park, baby. Woo! We're going to do it. We're going to do it right now. It's been a long evening, but all of you that hung in there with me, you're going to be really rewarded right now with unbelievable awesomeness. And here we go. Don't be afraid. We're almost there. We're almost taking it home right now, everyone. Watch this. Here we go.
Hey, I need a worker.
Is that a handyman?
I'm here to work at my house.
What the fuck? Randy, you know how to do stuff, right? I gotta get the radiant heat installed in my house, and I'm offering free legal advice in exchange.
You need a reporter? I'll report the news to you if you fix my shower tile.
How about a computer program where I can do coding?
Insurance broker? What the hell are you guys doing here?
We're trying to get a handyman to do stuff for us. You know how to install radiant heat or not?
All right. I think this is a commentary on the fact that a lot of the laborers that are, you know, that were available before to do a lot of skilled labor are not available anymore due to the current immigration policies and all those things like that. You know, I'd seen some videos before. It showed all these, you know, old white guys going, Trump, bring them back. Trump, bring them back. They don't know how to do anything around the house. They don't know how to fix houses. They don't know how to, you know, do all these different jobs. So anyway, that's where that's coming from for sure. Pretty damn funny. But the commentary for me is this, that, a lot of our Mexican immigrants and the people that have been here from Mexico, Mexican families, Mexican workers are unbelievable. And we know that. I mean, I lived in California, living here, but you see unmatched work ethic, unmatched diligence, unmatched, a lot of great family values, a lot of great people too, So leadership wise, again, leadership lessons of South Park I talk about. They do satire to comment on the situation, right? Is we got to find a solution. We got to find a good solution for how to treat people that are working hard in this country, paying taxes, obeying the law. Find a solution for people that are already here that can also recognize contributions of certain segments of our society, like I just talked about. So, I've just seen that a lot of people from that, population have done incredible things for our country. And so, yeah, illegal immigration is not good. Anyone breaking the law that's an illegal immigrant, obviously even worse. Former convicted, violent criminals, all those things like that, get rid of them. Obviously, that every single president, every politician has always said that. But I think people that are law abiding, and I think people that are working hard to contribute to our country, and even some of them pay taxes, right? And so I think, it's like you gotta find a way for people that want to be a part of this country, that are law abiding, hardworking. You got to find a way for them to find a solution to become citizens. Maybe it's through military service. Maybe it's through government service. Maybe it's through some kind of new parks and roads and work program like we had, I believe, during the New Deal, during the Depression, things like that. I don't know. But again, that's what that commentary is. And it's very thought-provoking. I don't have all the answers. That's just off the top of my head. But I do think we got to find some kind of way to bridge the gap between, deportations, getting rid of people, enforcing borders, enforcing immigration laws, but then at the same time, looking at good law-abiding people, if they're not citizens yet, and finding a pathway to citizenship that, takes into account their value, their contributions, their hard work, all those things like that. So that's my opinion as a citizen, as an officer of the United States, as a Marine Corps officer and a Marine. That's my opinion. Okay. And other people can argue with me and say other things, but that's just kind of what I think. And tell me in the chat what you think. Let's keep on going. Got some more stuff here. But again, South Park, sometimes very crass, sometimes cringy, sometimes crazy, but they make a lot of commentary on life in America through satire, and I think they say things through their comedy that other people are thinking that don't comment on and don't deal with. So let's watch the next one here. Got another one for you. Let's see. All right. Let's see what this one is. I can't even really remember at this point. Woodland Critter Christmas. This isn't going to be good. This one is going to hold on tight. Hold on to your seats. Let's see what happens. Probably not going to be that great.
What special time and special day, it's Woodland Critter Christmas.
Oh, no.
Crap out! Hey! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Happy holidays! Relax, yeah? Hello, we're with the Salvation Army. We brought some food for your prisoners.
Food for the prisoners?
Here come the censors.
Relax, yeah? This is the time of year to give to the needy. We brought him this cake.
We don't need your cake. The president's gonna come for us, and he's gonna... Oh! Well, I guess there's no harm. Mitch, let him in.
Hey, thanks, Betty.
We're heading for a crap out. We smell a crap out coming soon. Don't take the hard route. Just
All right. I think that's enough. That's enough for this one. So there you have it. I think that was supposed to be Peter Thiel and Secretary Pete Hegseth in the jail. You saw Pete Hegseth say, "We don't need your damn cake. President's going to come for us." And Thiel realizes it hits him, because I think what happens is that the the Santa Claus character there playing, supposed to be President Trump, gives them a walkie-talkie or something like that to communicate with them, and brings it in through the cake or something like that. So anyway, craziness. Yeah, so that's our little Christmas clip there. I got one more good thing for you guys before we take you home with a good laugh. So you guys have been sticking here with me for a true Benathon of 4 hours, a new record. This is nuts. Honestly, not even by design. It's just happened. And probably we'll cut it back down to our usual times, about 2 hours the next time. But we'll see. As long as you guys are having fun, I'm going to put it in the chat here. Before I play this, I'm going to get one last little poll in with everybody. So, do we continue to do Benathons? 3 to 4 hour Benathons. I'm going to ask you guys what you think, and we will do it or don't do it. Let's see. Do we continue? Do we continue with 3 to 4 hour Benathons? Yes or no? 100% yes. So far, awesome. Let's see. Let's see what the survey says. Like in the Family Feud. Survey says, let's see. You're right, Becky. You're right. Bienvenido, Colorado. All right, I got 10 votes, all saying yes. All right, then we keep it going, damn it. Let's go. Do a 2 hours, then a 2 hours past. That's a good idea. 4 total. Hell yeah. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Then we'll keep it going. All right, I've got another one here. We got another one. One more to send us all the way for a very Merry Christmas and a very happy holidays and a very, very, I will see you on the 26th, the day after Christmas. No doubt about it. I believe that's when it is, right? Yep, 26th, Thursday is Christmas. So we're going to send it off with a little bit of Christmas cheer right now. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas. And I'll see you guys still on Sunday, okay? But if I don't, I might even see you tomorrow night on Saturday. I'll announce tomorrow if I'm going to make it or not. I think probably Sunday for sure at 4 p.m. But and then I'll see you guys after that on Christmas. But let's check this out. It's some funny stuff right here. We're going to go off with a little laugh like we always do.
It's always fun to get together with friends and family. No, stop. It's always fun.
Giant.
Dumbass.
Did Santa leave Daddy a bat? Yeah. Come on down.
That's terrible.
Okay, ready? Stop.
Idiot. What the hell?
No!
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I was gonna
What the hell happened to this guy? Idiot. Cats are so nice.
Whoa!
What? That's awesome.
I know where you are.
What the hell? What kind of an idiot? What kind of idiot move was that?
Timber. Yeah, it does. Wow. Wow.
Look down.
All right, yeah.
Oh, crap. That's definitely some drunk video game play right there. All right. Of course. Of course. All right, last one. This guy's dead. He's a goner. He's so dead. He's dead. Of course, of course. All right, everybody. We're going to call it there. Been a friggin' great time having you guys here tonight. I appreciate you sticking all the way through with me. Like, subscribe, share. After I upload, comment. Let's spread the word about this channel, okay? Let's keep growing the channel. I appreciate it. Helps me out on the channel here. And it's so great to have you guys here. Thank you for spending your time with me tonight, Friday night. Great to have you guys here. If I don't see you until next Friday, very Merry Christmas. I will be live again 4 p.m. on Sunday, but it's so great to have you guys here. Had a great time. Hope you guys had an awesome time. Again, leave me some comments. Make sure you liked if you didn't like yet. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, okay? Not going to hurt you. It doesn't cost you anything, and it just helps out the channel, and I'd appreciate that. All right, go ahead and raid over at Nate. Go see Nate in Valhalla. I think he's probably still live, but I will see you guys Sunday for sure, possibly tomorrow night. And thank you so much. Make yourselves better. Make the world better. Have an amazing, amazing weekend, and go get yours. Thank you so much, guys. Great to see you. Merry Christmas. And I'll see you all very soon.